Right. Good evening and welcome to this November 19th Board of Supervisors meeting for Lower Makefield Township. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's see. Start off with a quick roll call. Supervisor Lewis.
Hey now.
Supervisor Ross.
Here.
Supervisor McCartney.
Present.
Supervisor Blundy.
Hey now?
And I am Supervisor Grenier, so we all present and accounted for now, I guess. Let's see, some community announcements. Item number 4. Reminder, during this portion of the agenda, residents and youth organizations may call in to make special announcement or contact the township at admin@lmt.org to request a special announcement be added to the agenda. Reminder that the 2025-2026 deer hunting season has started. All areas being hunted are properly posted. If you have any questions or concerns, please reach out to the township at admin@lmt.org. The Lower Makefield Township Police Department invites you to apply for our Citizens Police Academy, a free interactive program for LMT residents ages 18 and older that gives community members a hands-on look at modern policing in Lower Makefield Township. For more information on how to apply, please visit the police department's Facebook page. The link is actually on the agenda if you are reading the agenda on our homepage. Any other announcements from any supervisors or anyone else?
Yeah, one additional announcement, Mr. Chair, for the benefit of the community. Many members of the community probably received notice from Pennsylvania American Water concerning proposed water rate changes. So what the notice says in short is that Pennsylvania American Water has filed a request with the Pennsylvania Public Utilities Commission to increase water rates as of January 13th, 2026. It notes that a full investigation of this request could delay the timing of this, and then the notice goes on to describe the extent of the rate request that P American Water has submitted to the PUC. It outlines the PUC's role as regulator of P American Water as a regulated public utility, and then also notes how folks can participate in the process either by sending correspondence to the PUC or attending and presenting testimony at a PUC public input hearing, or also there's reference to filing a formal complaint as well. Again, just to give some sense on the magnitude and sort of extent of the rate increase, and this is the example that's provided by P American Water in their notice. It just simply notes that a residential customer using 3,263 gallons a month would see an increase of from the current rate of $81.55 per month to $95.27 per month. It doesn't reference the basis for the use of the 3,263. However, I'm assuming it's generally reflective of what the average residential property would use over the course of a month based on typical water consumption. So just wanted to make folks aware of this notice in the event they want to participate in the process through the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission.
Thanks, Mr. Kratzer. And as a reminder, I think most of us know this, but PA Water, for a lot of us, is our potable water or drinking water supplier. They do have sewer rate increases that for those areas where they service sewer as well, but they don't currently service our sewer. That's Aqua America, different company. However, if you've been watching the news, you may have seen that PA Water has put in a bid to purchase Aqua, I think in an all-cash purchase, and that also has to be approved by the PUC. Separate from this, but a lot going on in the water and sewer world that affects Lower Makefield Township. So we're going to be keeping an eye on it, and I'm sure everyone else will too. as it affects us directly. Any other items from the board? All right. With that, I will move on to item number 5, which is public comment on non-agenda items. So if you have comment on a non-agenda item, I welcome you to come up to the podium here. Please state your name, whether or not you're a township resident, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes in length. And if there are multiple folks having comment on the same issue, I'd ask that you do not repeat your comments. With that, sir.
Thank you. Hi, my name's James Doherty. I am a township resident. I'm also the chairman of the zoning board. Anyway, I'm just here to talk about our board's decision last night. For people in the room, and I know the supervisors are aware, people in the room or watching at home, our zoning board approved 2 variances to allow a inpatient behavioral treatment facility. I think I'm saying it right. A company that already has 16 facilities across the country named Banyan Treatment Centers. They're going to be taking over the facility, the assisted living facility known as Rittenhouse Village, with an address of 600 Township Line Road. Currently, the assisted living facility has 48 beds. The inpatient Banyan's facility is going to have 65 beds. It's going to strictly be inpatient, and the patient profile is people who suffer with mental illness, often psychosis, and people who have substance abuse issues, primarily addiction. Often their patient profile is people with both. Anyway, the applicant did win their appeal last night, and so it looks like they have a high likelihood of being able to move forward to put in that in-care treatment facility. I have very serious concerns about this treatment center coming into our community. In my opinion, I think it is going to create an unsafe environment for our families and our properties. While the windows and doors are locked, legally and physically, they can't stop their residents from leaving. So in case anybody didn't hear that, they can't stop the residents from leaving. So these people can just walk out, walk right up the street and be in Giant's parking lot. Last night, by the way, I'm not against treatment for mental illness and or substance abuse. However, I believe there's going to be a low percentage of our community that uses this facility. It's not like we're going to have a line of Lower Make residents around the block waiting to get in there. They're going to be coming from all over. I was surprised last night at the lack of public comment in the room and online. We had seven people come forward. I have no doubt it was advertised properly, but just word didn't spread around because unlike some issues where a neighborhood association gets a hold of it and they come out en masse, there was no associations that were in our 400-foot catchment zone. So I'd like to see how that meeting would have went if we actually had the kind of public comment I think we should have had. Lastly, or 2 more points, and then I'll leave. It was my opinion, and I want to be really clear. It's just a suspicion. It's not an accusation. But my suspicion is that the operator's person who came and testified on her behalf, I believe that she either didn't answer questions truthfully or she maybe misspoke. I'd like the time to investigate that. I asked very direct, pointed questions, and I was shocked that her answers conveniently fit into what would make their case stronger. What those questions are easy to investigate. Lastly, I'm just asking our Board of Supervisors to continue to consider appealing our zoning board's decision, possibly appealing it and remanding it back to the zoning board so we can properly adjudicate this matter. Last night, I was kind of on my back heels. We did not have our solicitor, who is Adam Flager. Adam couldn't make it. I leaned on his replacement numerous times for counsel, and even though Mike was doing his best, I was kind of swimming in a lot of areas where I was unfamiliar. I look back on how I ran that hearing and questions that should have been asked that weren't asked. And I know we don't get do-overs, but I'd like the Board of Supervisors to take a hard look at this and consider appealing our board's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darkman. On that issue, when it comes to the zoning hearing board matters, and I know Mr. Doherty knows this very well because he's been on the board for a while. As you said, the hearing was last night. I believe and correct me if I misspeak here, the solicitor has something like 45 days to issue an opinion. That'll come to us, and at some point, and we'll get to review that and see what how the decision was made, and then basically take it from there in terms of what any next steps may be. But that's the basic process for anyone wondering. And until then, this board can't really say much because we don't have anything to look at. And if I misspoke, please correct me.
No, that's correct. The solicitor has 45 days to enter a written decision, and once received, we have 30 days thereafter to appeal.
There you go. So, any other public comment? Anyone online?
No one online.
Okay. With that, I will move on to item number 6. This is a presentation from Strategic Solutions regarding the Pennsylvania DCED Strategic Management Planning Program Step 4 findings. Before they begin, if you haven't seen this before, this team, or members of this team, presented their first couple steps of this study that they're doing, which is basically to inform our 2026 and future budgets in terms of strategic planning from a financial perspective, and some other things. The reason they've moved on to step 4 this evening that we're going to hear a presentation on. We're going to hear some other presentations and some other items tonight that are set up to inform our budget discussion that'll happen after those presentations. So you're going to hear a lot of budget stuff tonight, and how that may affect our budget in 2026 and potentially in future years. Mr. Kratzer, anything you wanted to add to this for those that haven't seen this at all yet?
No, I mean, I think you did a great job in terms of, framing sort of the discussion. As you said, the intent of the program is really a multi-year operational and financial planning tool. The program is through the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development, and so part of this effort is being offset by 50% grant from the Commonwealth to support these planning efforts. And so, as you noted, the Strategic Solutions group has been present previously, speaking largely on sort of financial related matters, and this step 4 is delving into some of the operational observations and some potential things to consider as we proceed forward and look to ultimately implement the recommendations of the study and ultimately improve our performance from an operational perspective and obviously our sustainability from a fiscal perspective. So with that, John, I don't know if you want to make any introductory comments. We have John Trant, who's president of Strategic Solutions, on, as well as Kyle and Drew, and Bob as well, who is a public safety consultant. But I'll turn it over perhaps to John to make some brief remarks.
Thanks, Mr. Kratzer, and thanks for the time tonight to talk about this important report. I'll just begin by saying that the township staff has been meaningfully engaged throughout the process, and we really enjoyed working with everybody. Certainly a lot of available information that they've provided that has allowed us to do a really detailed analysis as we continue through this process. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle. I know our time is somewhat limited, so I'm going to turn it over to Kyle, and we're going to jump right in.
Yep. Thanks, John. And again, just want to express thanks to the board and to the public for the opportunity to share this update, as well as, again, to the staff for their engagement. So first, if you all can confirm, you can see my screen, correct?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So jumping in to the agenda, we'll quickly revisit some of the information about the project team as well as the approach to this process, although that's largely been covered to this point. And then from there, we'll jump into some of the operational recommendations and observations we had around core administrative functions, as well as for each of the departments that we reviewed as part of this process before we close with some next steps. So on the project team, again, I'm Kyle DeShong. I'm a planner as well as a policy and data analyst that's been involved with this project throughout. Obviously, John has already spoken, and Drew and Bob were introduced as well to speak to IT and public safety issues this evening. But everybody on this slide brings a different perspective from their experience in local government, and everybody's really been involved in pulling together the recommendations that we'll be discussing this evening and that we discussed last week or 2 weeks ago as well. So quickly, again, on just what this process looks like. 2 weeks ago, we talked about financial condition assessment and financial trend analysis. Tonight is focused on the management audit, which is more of the operational component of the plan. And this is the bulk of the content that makes up the report. And it all gets packaged finally in steps 5 and 6 into that plan that the township can use going forward. So in terms of pulling together the management audit, there was a lot of steps that went into it. So it included reviewing a lot of information about the processes and procedures, systems and technology and other things at Lower Makefield, but also included a lot of listening. So a staff survey that we got almost 50 responses to sort of set a baseline for operation at the township, but also interviews with key staff members, elected officials, and leaders. And we were able to bring that all together into what amounts to about 60 strategies that Lower Makefield can explore to enhance operations. And so obviously 60 is a lot of strategies. This is intended to be something for the next 5 years. So as we work through this slide deck, we'll largely focus on 1 or 2 key things for each department. But obviously the full report has extensive detail on each of those. So first, just providing some themes from the survey, because again, that provided really the foundation for a lot of our observations and recommendations. Something that is a real positive and that was very clear through this survey was that there's a high degree of employee job satisfaction in Lower Makefield. The table that's on, or the chart that's on the right-hand side of the screen is a question we ask how much people liked the work they do independently, how much they liked working with their team, as well as how much they like collaborating with other departments. And those responses all skewed very positively, and that's not something that we see everywhere. So I think that's a testament to the staff as well as to leadership, which was another positive theme in terms of the work that is done on a day-to-day basis. Of course, there's always some opportunities for improvement that come out. So training and development, people valued the training they get, but also cited some additional opportunities for specific training for their roles. As well as some people citing opportunities for either more financial resources or staffing for their departments. That, again, these is just a data point that informed our recommendations as we work through this process. So starting with administration and management, and the administration department in Lower Makefield has a broad scope. So overseeing things from daily operations to strategic direction on things like HR, IT, and facilities needs. So there were a couple kind of key observations or areas that I think will be themes throughout this presentation. So one is related to human resources coverage, that largely falling on the administration team, maybe limits just the total amount of strategic focus that can be placed on it versus if there was a dedicated person or department for that role, as well as just some opportunities to continue modernizing and optimizing IT systems and facilities. Again, those will be things that we touch on kind of throughout the presentation. So real quick on financial considerations, that was the focus of our presentation 2 weeks ago. And I think there's ongoing conversation tonight about those things. But one of the key findings was that if that expenses are growing faster than revenue and in our projections, and if that's not accounted for, that could lead to a negative general fund balance. One of the options that wasn't discussed as much 2 weeks ago was the potential to transition to a first-class township from a second-class township. And all that's required to do that is that your population density exceed 300 residents per square mile, which is the case in Lower Makefield, and then you would have need approval by a majority vote through referendum, and that would increase the statutory millage cap. But this is just one of the solutions that the township can consider and that leadership can consider going forward from a financial perspective.
Dan,
So, go ahead.
I'm sorry, is the goal to let them get through the whole thing and then ask any questions, or
If you have a burning question that
nothing's burning?
we have a lot on the agenda tonight, so as efficient as we can make it. If
Yeah.
it's a quick question, go for it. If you want to wait till the end after you hear everything, you think it maybe gets answered, maybe you wait. It's up to you.
I don't think it gets answered, but I don't think it's quick either. So at some point, when we talk about, different structures for the township, I think it would be good if we spent a little time, because it's not just millage, right? There might be other taxing opportunities, not that anybody wants to tax, but revenue per se, and then to understand, for a second, what it really means
Yeah,
to be, other than just hey, you could raise mills.
Yeah, and to your point, I think, I'll interrupt you guys for 1 second. Part of the broader conversation we're having, right, and we heard this at the first steps 1 and 2 presentation, is that the township is up against it when it comes to revenue sources, revenues versus expenditures. A lot of these expenditures are labor-based and contract-based, and there's not much wiggle room there. So we're looking at different ways to address that. And you'll notice under the manager's report section of the agenda tonight, there's a couple different tools that we want to get clarification on, but they're not the only tools in that toolbox. So we want to, as part of the broader conversation, to your point, we want to look into that toolbox a little more and see what those tools are as we start to address long-term what budgetary concerns we have. Because tonight is the 2026 budget, but as we've seen over the last several meetings, if not our discussions over the last few years, 2027 is going to be that much more difficult, 2028 that much more difficult, and 2029 even more so. So this is all part of that long-term look under the hood, so to speak, to see what we can do to fix some issues that we have structurally and with our finances that have been going on in the township for probably decades. When we look back at things, and we're trying to, in some cases, fix certain things that we can fix quickly, and other things chip away at them as we can. But ultimately, the goal is to plan for our financial future using whatever tools we have at our disposal. It's very high level and broad, but as we go through the rest of this year into next year, we're going to be having exactly that conversation you're talking about, and to see what we can or should do moving forward. So this is by no means the last presentation we get from these folks, and not the last. And you will not. This is not the last conversation we have at all relative to these issues. So, with that, does that help? Okay. With that, I'll let you guys keep going, but trying to paint the picture and set the tone for why we're doing all of this tonight and moving forward.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And so really, I think that naturally points to kind of these two first recommendations for management to consider on the financial side, which is prioritizing making those determinations about what those strategies are going to be going forward. And again, I think that lays the groundwork for a lot of the conversation that you all are having tonight. And then also just wanted to reiterate another observation from the first presentation, which is just around developing and adopting a comprehensive capital improvements plan, which my understanding is that there's already been substantial progress made on that front. So I won't belabor the point. So I mentioned that facilities would be a big focus of the report. It's a large section of the report, and that's because municipal facilities are obviously central to service delivery. But in Lower Makefield, there's just some opportunity to continue to modernize and optimize those things going forward. So core township facilities, namely the municipal building and public works garage, do date back to the 70s. And with that, there are some maintenance needs and some outdated mechanical systems. But maybe more importantly, even some space constraints and limitations around meeting space or collaboration space. There's also some disparate access control systems within the buildings, and some opportunities to upgrade infrastructure to be ADA compliant. So, with those things said, I think you'll see on the next slide that we have about 10 recommendations identified on the facilities front. I will highlight 2 of them that I think are particularly important. So the first one being conduct a full building modernization and space utilization study. And I think that lays the groundwork for everything else that's on this slide, which is really commissioning a study that sort of sets a vision for what service delivery will look like in Lower Makefield over the next 30 years. And then with that in mind, identifies if new facilities are needed, if renovations are needed to either free up space, redesign space, optimize meeting and collaboration space, and ensure that security and access control is considered as well. I think starting with a study like that would be really valuable. And then I also think number 7 here about installing unified digital CCTV and access control systems township-wide is an important and valuable one as well. The municipal campus has some natural intermingling between maybe public space or public parking, staff parking, and fleet storage, and it's relatively easy to access some critical facilities around the public works and police department areas of the campus. So just implementing monitoring of entry and exit points and ensuring that there's access control around the flow of property is something that could be considered from a security perspective. From an HR perspective, again, those responsibilities primarily fall on the township manager, and there's been some real wins on that front, including establishing an employee manual in 2024. However, that's a big responsibility, and I think one of the challenges is comes with having a potentially dedicated HR professional that would allow someone to really focus on the systems that are used for HR, how information is stored, as well as strategic things like succession planning. So when we look at some recommendations around human resources information, our first recommendation would be considering the establishment of a centralized HR function or a dedicated HR professional that could lead compliance requirements, lead training planning, workforce planning, as well as implement some of these other recommendations in here, like a succession planning framework, like a performance review system, as well as maintaining that employee handbook on an ongoing basis. And so with that said, I'm going to hand things over to Drew here to speak about some of the IT recommendations.
Hello, everybody. My name is Drew Dowdell. I came and did an evaluation at the township back in April. Some of the recommendations that I found, or some of the issues that I found, were around the amount of licensing that was being spent on Microsoft. This has largely been addressed internally already. However, this is something that needs to be monitored going forward so that we're right-sizing the amount of licensing, not just in Microsoft, but in other systems that may come online in the future. The next big item is going to be an IT asset lifecycle management. This will allow the township to more predictably set budgets for future spend. One of the later items that I'll discuss is some equipment that is coming end of life. By having this IT lifecycle management in place, you will know 5, 7, even potentially 10 years down the road when you're going to need to spend some money to bring these things up to date. IT lifecycle has generally gotten longer as technology has matured. However, when it comes to the end of that time, there's less flexibility in being able to extend that in the future. We're also looking at evaluating technology options for different departments. This actually reaches into pretty much the entire township. You have something like fleet management with Public Works, pool management with Public Works, a new financial system, a payroll system, an updated parks and recreation system to manage the community center. All of these things would be able to make the township more efficient and spend less money overall. Document management system, there are documents in multiple locations digitally, plus paper. So a way to just make the staff more efficient, keeping things in one spot is going to be imperative going forward. Next slide, please. And as mentioned under the HR section, some sort of centralized HR operation and payroll system. Generally, these two things, HR and payroll, need to go together. They're so linked that you can't really separate them. So looking at a system is going to that covers this is going to be one unified system. And then also mentioned in the facilities section is you have multiple access control systems currently that don't work with each other and require a lot of management. Consolidating that down to a single system would give better security and better efficiency. Number 7 is replacing the end-of-life Cisco switches. That's part of the IT asset life cycle management. These are coming up fairly soon. By replacing these now and integrating that with an IT lifecycle management system, you will be able to know in 5 or 7 or 10 years when those are due to be replaced again. You'll be able to budget for that and have that visibility. And then just making some of your existing contracts, specifically around printers, more efficient. Having multiple printer contracts just is not an efficient way to do things. So we can reduce cost, reduce maintenance issues, reduce billing. It just smooths everything down.
Yep. Thanks, Drew. So moving on to the community development department, I think one of the most important recommendations here, as I said earlier, is some of this IT systems stuff will be a theme throughout. And the community development department had relatively recently implemented OpenGov, and I think there's an opportunity to continue to build on the capacity for that system, just to integrate with GIS document storage and payment processing items as well. So translating that into some recommendations, you can see we have strengthened the integration of OpenGov with township systems. That's the third one. I think it's also just worth noting that that group has a lot of institutional knowledge, and so ensuring that there's proper succession planning in place, which includes documentation of permitting and development processes, is really important as well. Looking at finance now, so there's been a lot of, I think, growth and change that's occurred with that department over the last year, and a lot of improvements that have been made. Again, focusing on systems, and that's something that that the stamp process is really able to support with making upgrades on. There are some outdated systems and some underutilized software. It goes back to what Drew was talking about with the importance of having systems that speak to each other, and especially on a payroll and an HR side, and making sure that that information is integrated and there are less paper-based processes or manual processes. So when we translate that into some recommendations, I think 2 of these are particularly important to call out, being that modernizing payroll and benefits administration. So integrating things like payroll, time tracking, and benefits systems, as well as the current financial system that the township operates, which is Munis, being a slightly more dated platform, and evaluating options to employ a system that, again, integrates some of those capabilities, but also has more efficient processes that can be deployed as a result. So looking at fire services next, a lot of the themes here are themes that are generally, I think, seen across the Commonwealth. So things like declining volunteerism and what that means for daytime response gaps. When you have an aging volunteer base and a declining volunteer base, that again just means that there can be some limited daytime availability. And so that's something that is not unique to Lower Makefield, but is a focus for the Director of Fire Service in partnership with the Yardley Makefield Fire Company. So in terms of recommendations, I think the most important thing here to know is that the Department of Community and Economic Development is also working with Lower Makefield on a fire study right now and an evaluation of the volunteer fire company and fire operations within the community. And that'll be very in depth and more in depth than what we've already put together through this process and through our conversations with that individual. So I think focusing on implementing recommendations from that study is incredibly important. But then building off of that, evaluating staffing options to expand inspection capacity would be something that is valuable. So whether that's a hybrid paid fire inspector role with some of the increased taxation capacity available in Bucks County for fire and EMS purposes, or another approach, I think is an important one to consider. Looking at Parks and Recreation next, there are two key observations we noticed. Again, from a technology perspective, Community Pass is a system that, while serviceable, still has some manual data entry and limited online self-service. So that can require more intervention and more time from Parks and Recreation staff managing things like registration and reservations. But sustaining the high cost recovery that the department has is also something that's important to call out. So it's a complement to the department and a real asset that cost recovery is so high in Lower Makefield. However, when it also presents a little bit of a risk in that if that were to decline when it already funds so much staffing and so many programs, it could lead to the potential to not be able to fund some of those things again, should that high cost recovery decline. So translating that into some recommendations, I think the first one being replacing or upgrading the recreation management software, again, with STAMP being something that is really able to help with IT system evaluation and potential implementation. And that ties back to even centralizing recommendation number 4 here, centralizing and digitizing some of the seasonal hiring processes for Parks and Rec, which does manage the extensive seasonal hiring that occurs in Lower Makefield. And so Public Works, we're getting down to the last couple of departments here, but the Public Works Department manages a really large portfolio, and there's a lot of assets that are under sort of their purview. And so we talked about capital planning a lot in the first presentation. It's been mentioned here. There's already been progress on that front, but it really underscores, along with what Drew said on the IT side about asset management, the importance of expanding on the asset management capabilities within the Public Works Department as well. There's a tremendous amount of infrastructure from stormwater to bridges to other systems that implementing increased asset management would allow for more proactive capital planning and maintaining that information more accurately going forward to understand the status of a lot of the inventory of capital assets that the township has. So there were 7 recommendations on the Public Works front. The second one listed here is implementing a GIS-based digital asset management system. And the 5th one listed here is implementing fleet management software, which has similar themes. It's ensuring you have accurate, up-to-date inventory of those assets so that you can track usage, maintenance, and plan for those capital needs over time. And so with that said, I'm going to pass it over to Bob here to speak to police, and then we'll wrap things up.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. So, yeah, I came in and I reviewed your police department, and I want to tell you that your PD is an exceptional department. The fact that they're accredited says quite a bit about them, and it really sets the tone for the organization. The accreditation standards that are in place in Pennsylvania make it nearly impossible for you to have all those things in place and be an underperforming PD. The fact that you have such a close proximity to the state line and other counties coming over that have high crime and it doesn't affect you says a lot about what your personnel are doing. I do these reviews quite frequently, and it is not hard for me to find many, many recommendations. I only found 4 for your department, and that's really, really good. And I worked hard to find 4. The only one that I saw the biggest issue with was the crime data accuracy. And as I understand, they've looked into that, and it may be a system reporting error. But other than that, everything is really, really good. I came into it at a very unique time where your chief was leaving, and I believe it was 2 lieutenants. As I understand, you've replaced those. Chief Kelly has big shoes to fill, but I can tell you in speaking to him what little I did, he's going to do a real good job for you. So if you have any questions for me, by all means, ask. I'm not going to keep droning on and on, but you have an exceptional police department, and the interaction with your community and the low crime rates really speak loudly to what they're doing. So please give them all the props you can. And thank you very much.
Yep. Thanks, Bob. Really quickly to touch on next steps, I mentioned this earlier. The bulk of the content in this report really does come in steps 1, 2, and 4 with the recommendations that are developed there. And then the last step, or the last portion in steps 5 and 6, is turning that into a phased implementation plan, which we'll be presenting the next time that we meet with you all. So with that in mind, I wanted to be respectful of your agenda this evening. I know that was a lot of information that we moved through fairly quickly. Want to address any questions that you all might have.
Thank you for the presentation. I think many of those issues we've been aware of and have been working on. In some ways, it's nice to see you confirm some of the issues that we've identified from our staff and as a board here. But there's also other things that I think you've pointed out that we can focus on and do a better job on. And now that we are aware, we have something to work towards. So I'm looking forward to taking those next steps, developing the plan and then working that plan to make these improvements. Any board comments or questions on anything? I know we just had a lot to digest there, but I'll open it up to the board for any questions or comments.
So I know that the gentleman pointed out that you've already undertaken some of the
Sure.
changes.
Yep. Yeah.
And, obviously any that you can continue to, like when I saw that we have multiple Xerox contracts, I know that's not going to solve the budget issue, but those little things can help. So as you move forward, anything you can
Yeah,
do to
and
implement
as
these
those
changes.
I don't know, as those agreements obviously come up for renewal, that's something that we've identified, coming in as sort of a relatively new team here, noticing that there's, some opportunities for consolidation of vendors in a lot of different areas that probably make sense, that create efficiencies, that create cost savings, and so forth. And so, as Dan said, it's always good to have, sort of external validation of some of the work that we're doing and some of the work that we need to do. And part of the rationale for suggesting participation in this program is that validation, but also more focused on sort of the implementation that Dan spoke about. So many of these things, by virtue of participating in this program and identifying these things in a report, then we have the ability, as we talked about as we were making a decision to go through this process, we have the ability to undertake implementation projects through subsequent phases of the program. So, when you're talking about something like expanding on OpenGov, you all have a sense of the extent of the investment that was involved there, and as you're increasing its potential scope and looking at cross-functional opportunities, it's not an inexpensive endeavor, but participation in this program, identification of the opportunities there, through a report like this, will position us to be in a position to get some financial support to fund those improvements and ultimately create long-term operational efficiencies and improved situation for the township. So, yeah, I just want to say to Kyle and team and John, they were extremely complimentary of us. We share those sentiments as well, and it's been a pleasure working with them. So,
Excellent. And any other board comments or questions? There's going to be, in terms of future presentations and future work from.
Yeah, we're obviously I'll talk to you about scheduling and so forth, but there is one more presentation that's sort of a concluding presentation, which gets into the multi-year sort of implementation strategy and so forth to wrap this process up. So at some point, potentially in December, depending on schedule, is what we were targeting. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it, and we'll be seeing each other fairly soon, I assume, to wrap this up. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right. With that, with any public comment, I'm sorry. Anything anyone want to say to the board? All right. That I'll move to item number 7. We have another presentation from HRG. You get an update on the status of the stormwater utility fee. Welcome back.
Hello again. So I was set up with this laptop, but I realized I needed a couple extra things, so I'm gonna just
Rolling
make sure I
the
get
dice.
set up here.
Where's this share button?
I know, it's,
Monica and Derek are going to fight over the circle.
and think,
There we go.
yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I'm the worst.
I don't think that was his fault. I think that was my fault. So I
No, it's my
apologize.
fault. Don't ever do that to yourself. All right. So great to see you all again. Thanks for having me. I will try and get through this as quickly as possible because I'm sure you guys are going to want to discuss this a bit. So as we talked about at the last meeting, the impervious area breakdown, just wanted to refresh your mind here on the kind of bell curve that we're seeing within the community. And for those seeing this for the first time, this is the impervious area within the township that has been mapped and essentially shows the amount of impervious and the number of properties that have that impervious. So we'll go right back into the billing structure here. The ERU option, wanted to remind you what we were at on as far as a monthly bill with an ERU or equivalent residential unit approach. We would be looking at $12.50 for the average residential property or all single-family properties. And that is based off of an average of 4,200 square feet of impervious. We did discuss then the two-tier option, and what I'm here to discuss is kind of the variations of that two-tier approach. So this is the approach that you guys like the most out of the various options. The tier 1 cutoff would be at 4,600 square feet. Now, we did include 2 extra columns here, the percent SFR and percent non-SFR. So that means single-family residential, and that's within the tier. So you'll see in tier 1, 94% of that tier is made up by single-family residential properties, and then 6% of that tier is non-single family. And tier 2, 95% and 5%. And the average residential rate would be $7.80. So from there, we jumped up to 5,000 square feet. And it's a slight jump from the last one, but it'll make sense when we look through the other options. So in this approach, the monthly fee does go up to $8.50. And you have 95% of tier 1 being single-family residential and 5% being non-single-family residential. For tier 2 would be 5,000 and above, 94% single-family residential, 6% single-family residential. Two-tier cutoff at 7,500 square feet. The fee does jump up to $10.40. Tier 1 is made up 96% of single-family residential and 4% non-single-family. And then Tier 2 would be 83% single-family residential, 17% non-single-family residential. And I am going through these quick. I do have a summary slide coming up, but I'm happy to go back. The final option that we looked at here is a 10,000 square foot cutoff, which bumps the monthly rate up to $11.10. And this is where we kind of see the most significant shift from that original option, with 96% of Tier 1 being single-family residential, 4% being non-single-family residential, and the biggest change being Tier 2 being 66% single-family residential and 34% non-single-family residential. So I do have some maps as well. This is just the summary here, but I have some maps to kind of show you the different tiers and what properties would be considered in what tier. I'm happy to show those at this point, or if you want to talk through any of the numbers a little bit more, happy to do that as well.
Just if I may, Mr. Chair, just one of the discussions, when the board was previously discussing this, and we had the the break point between tiers at 45.99. I think your general recommendation is to push that based on the number of properties that are at that break point and the potential for appeals and questions as it relates to the impervious surface area on lots. Is that correct?
That is correct. So if you look at the the impervious area breakdown here, cutting it at I'm just going to say 4,600 square feet, really puts you at a point where there's a lot of properties on either end of that break point. So there's a lot of opportunity for a shift of 100 square feet to cause a change in how that property would be billed, which means additional appeals and things to manage from an admin side of things.
So based on this that sort of bell curve that you're showing, and again your experience in implementing these programs, what do you believe for this community would be the appropriate break point if to the extent that there was a two-tier system that was involved?
Yeah, I mean, so no matter where you make that break, there's always going to be properties on either end. But I would say at that 7,500 square foot mark, you're really getting substantially less. And anything above that, you're getting less and less opportunities for appeals to be a significant factor. That's not to say that any of the options are necessarily bad or inherently bad. It's just it does significantly decrease the amount of administrative work that would be required on the back end. Around that, I would say that's 7,500 or above.
Okay. And part of the other reason why, and again, I think this is generally known, that from a land use perspective, the majority of the township's land use or parcels are within that single-family home designation. So that is in part why, and again, nothing inherently wrong with any of these structures or approaches, but wanted to point out that even in the tier system, the extent of dominance in terms of single-family residential within virtually every tier until we get to that, I'll say the most extreme tier in terms of where that break point is between tiers.
And I can show you these maps here, which I'll start at the lowest cutoff and we'll work our way up. So this is the 4,600 square foot cutoff, and I apologize. I can zoom in if you're interested on any particular property, but in order to show the entire municipality, it does have to be a little bit small. So I do want to point out some of the tighter purple lines down in the bottom left-hand corner. Those are going to be in Tier 1 for all of these tiers, where you're seeing those tight purple squares. Those would be considered Tier 1. So if we jump up to the 5,000 square foot cutoff, I'll just kind of flip back and forth here so you can see, we're adding some additional properties. And then if we jump up to 7,500 and...
Can you explain the colors just in case?
Yeah, sure, sorry.
He likes
so
wicked.
The zero tier, so those that are not being billed below 300 square feet are in gray. Tier 1 would be in green, and Tier 2 is in purple.
And there's different shades of purple, so that...
The different shade of purple is because there's an outline on the purple. So the darker purple is just outline of a parcel, and inside of that is, for the most part, the green tier. So you can see that if we zoom in. I can show you here quick.
I think in some of the breakdowns, there's more dark purple than others, so I just want to.
Correct. Yeah. So that's because we're shifting that to a green.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this light purple that you see here is the two-tier, and then down here in this area, all of that dark purple is just because of the two-tier being surrounding of a one-tier property. So those are like condos and things of that nature. So here's our 7,500 square foot, and to compare that to where we were before, you can see you get a lot more properties captured in that first tier. So, the properties that aren't highlighted green here and are in this 7,500 option is really what Dave was referencing on, kind of where that cutoff makes the most sense from an appeal standpoint and managing the program after implementation. And then at the 10,000 square foot cutoff, you add a handful more properties, but we are getting close to what would be the ERU approach, and I have a map for that here as well. So in this map, the orange is non-single family and green is single family. And when we say non-single family, we mean essentially all properties that are not considered single family residential. So as we talked about, most of your community is single family by land use code. We were around 95%, give or take. So when you have that much in the single family, like Dave and I were talking about, that cutoff doesn't come until you hit a substantially higher threshold.
Yeah. So in terms of you were looking at in terms of management of the program, where's the best cutoff potentially? In terms of equity for homeowners, is it we had previously looked at the 4,600 cutoff where the monthly fee for that level would have been $780, versus now we've got the basically 5,000, which goes up a little bit to $850. So those seem pretty similar, but then you start to get a percent anyway increase. Pretty significant when you jump up to 7,500, 10,000 from the 46 or 5,000.
Sure.
So it looks like the let's say 5,000 might be the most equitable, or maybe the 4,600 based on.
Yeah. So at the 5,000 mark, you are dropping that threshold, so you will have more opportunity for the appeals. But because you're dropping that threshold, some of the smaller properties aren't necessarily offsetting the larger properties in that tier.
Right.
So you're always going to have that with any of these approaches, whether it be the ERU approach or a tiered approach. The properties at one end of the tier are kind of offsetting some of the larger properties and vice versa.
Yeah.
So in terms of equitability, I wouldn't say that there's necessarily an inherent difference in equitability. It's just the range of equitability is applied to more people.
Yeah, because I don't know that everyone always has this picture in their head, but a home with 5,000 square feet of impervious, that's big. That's really big, right? Even 4,600 is still pretty big, and then once you get to 7,500 and 10,000,
Yeah, it seems like what we were seeing just in looking at the data, and I don't mean to interrupt, but driveway length and driveway orientation started to become critical to even homes that are in similar neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Right.
So if and again, John versus Suzanne from an IA standpoint, it's no. Again, it largely has to do with driveway length, and it has to do with orientation of driveway. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah. Most of the kind of difference between property to property, some of it is allocated to a pool or a bigger patio or something along those lines, but for the more significant jumps were all related to driveways.
Yeah. And I'm just, that we've got 10,000 as the largest tier. That's almost the size of some people's entire lot, right? Versus here, that's just impervious area on a single lot. So that's a significant jump from the average homeowner if you're trying to process what this looks like in your head. What else you got for us, sir?
Well,
Keep going.
what I would like from you is some guidance on which of these approaches you would like, and then I do have a couple other things.
Gotcha.
So,
Here, I'll start. I still lean more towards the lower, not the ERU method, but one of the lower costs for the average homeowner, whether it's the 4,600 or 5,000. I think 5,000 probably encompasses more homeowners because it's that much larger. So some reduction, I would guess, in potential for appeals, but still keeps the costs within 70 cents per month of the next one. So either one of those lower two would appeal to me. I don't know if anyone else has comment.
Yeah, I would pick the, that's on. I would pick the two-tier at the 5,000 for me.
For 850.
Yeah, for 850. That seems to make the most sense.
I'm also at the 5,000 for 850.
I'm an ERU guy.
I'm still contemplating my driveway. Yeah.
Be proud of your large driveway.
Got 5 rain barrels. No, James, I don't quite get the ERU either. I think, split the baby and go right to the 5,000.
Yeah. So I think we got 4 at the 5,000.
okay, that's good enough for me.
All right.
All right. So then the next thing that I want to talk about, as Suzanne kind of alluded to with rain barrels, is the credits. So I have up here likely needed for a defensible fee. I am not a lawyer, so please do not take my word for it. But this is what we have seen. I will pass the legal conversation off. But as far as what we see as kind of the bare minimum necessity for credits is a low impact parcel credit. So that would be related to the percent of impervious versus the percent size of your lot. So, if you're below a certain threshold of impervious area, you have a large lot that you can, discharge a lot of your impervious to, you get a reduction. Typically, that reduction is fairly minimal, but it isn't nothing. Around 5%, we'll say, is kind of the average that we see there. Excuse me. And then structural BMPs. So this is geared towards those things that are treating the volume and rate of stormwater, and they are designed to do that. So infiltration pits, detention basins, things along those lines. And then a stormwater partnership credit. So this is really an open-ended credit that allows the ability to have some flexibility and work with landowners to potentially have an easement for some sort of future stormwater project or remediation of a basin, things along those lines. It gives us the ability to work with the community for the good of the stormwater program. And then we have some kind of add a level of complexity from an admin standpoint, but are typically very helpful when it comes to public acceptance. And that is, public participation, the rain barrel rebate, and the education credit. So public participation is mostly geared towards community groups such as churches or potentially schools even, where you can take part in some sort of participation event that either they are hosting or the township is hosting, and by doing such, you get a level of reduction to your stormwater bill. And typically that is in a dollar amount or a one-time % discount rather than an ongoing credit. The rain barrel rebate is just that. It is a one-time, at least typically one-time rebate for purchasing a rain barrel. The reason we opt for or would recommend opting for a rebate versus an ongoing rain barrel program is just from the administration of that program. Going out and checking, making sure they're closed before a rainstorm, emptied before the next, can be quite the administrative headache. And then the education credit. So this is typically geared towards schools and is utilized for education on the stormwater program or stormwater itself, and then can be tied directly to the MS4 program requirements and essentially plugged right into the annual report for that's sent to DEP. So based on that, I would like to have some input on, where you guys are liking credits or potentially not interested in some of these, just so I have some guidance moving forward.
Sure. From my perspective, and I've worked on these programs in the past, I think structural BMP, yes, would be an obvious one because it's quantifiable. The low impact parcel, I don't like. Just let's say you have a 100-acre parcel and you still have 10 acres of impervious but no stormwater treatment. So that means you only have 10% impervious, but you still got 10 acres of impervious that you're not doing anything with. So that may be an extreme, but I just, if it's not being treated, that's the whole point of this program, right?
Yeah.
On the other side of things, I would probably go with the rain barrel rebate versus just taking a class or sitting in on things. Just so I think that's something that's quantifiable.
Sure.
And I understand that the difficulty to you don't want to have to inspect these things every couple of days if
Right.
it rains. I'm also wondering if there's any way to work in maybe non-structural BMPs, just sort of how people manage their properties without building certain things. If there's a way to evaluate that using near map or whatever that is, to maybe consider that.
So we discussed this with staff, and that's where we kind of landed on that low impact parcel being, kind of the most equitable way to define that. The problem that we run into is, if you have trees on your property, that's great, but if they're native, it's better. So it runs into how do you quantify that and make that equitable moving forward. I'm happy to dig into that a little bit more and see what we can come up with for you.
That's the only, structural BMPs I think are an obvious one. Rain barrel rebates, I understand why you do the rebate, and I think that to me would be an obvious one. The other ones on the list there don't make a whole lot of sense to me relative to actually having an influence on stormwater management. But like I said, the only one you don't have listed that I would be, again, the low impact parcel doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But if there's a way to incorporate non-structural BMPs that you could rely on, that would be of interest. But if there's not, then that's okay. I just want to make sure that we investigate it.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that we've seen with that in other communities is just the defensibility of that. And again, setting a quantification to something that is kind of unquantifiable, right? If you're doing good things on your property, I agree that you should be acknowledged and rewarded for that. But if with a structural BMP, we can say, this volume of water enters, this volume of water is treated, which makes it a little bit more difficult. But I'm happy to look into, some options and see what we can come up with.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Non-structural is difficult, but in some cases may have even more benefit to the community.
Sure.
Structural is, you're doing math, so it's on the nose. Anyway, any other board members have comments on that?
Sorry. What would be an example of somewhere else where you did low impact parcel, where it would be?
Yeah. So low impact parcel, we tend to add that in our recent utility rollouts, and we set it at a point where you're below a certain percentage of properties, right? So we're not setting it at 25% and capturing 50% of your properties, right? But it's where there's a significant deviation from the average. So based on kind of my initial analysis, it would probably be around that 5% total impervious would be eligible. But as far as the communities that we see that in, kind of across the board, more rural communities, more suburban communities, even like the Norristown has a low impact parcel credit.
Do you want to just, in terms of public participation and education credit, I know you talked about the types of land uses that may be able to take advantage of that. I just didn't know if you wanted to say anything about sort of the discussion we were having about establishing criteria for satisfying that, so that, again, it's not, Joe Smith goes out and picks up litter independent of the township. There's pre-approval processes. There may be minimum participation thresholds, those kinds of things. I don't know if you want to talk about your experience in that area.
Yeah, so as far as public participation goes, it has to be a pre-approved event in order to be eligible for a credit. So, I couldn't, like Dave was saying, I couldn't go out and say, hey, I picked up trash on Saturday, here's the bag, and I just pulled it out of my trash can, right? So there's that level of, involvement from the approval standpoint from the township that would be required. Additionally, we see a lot of communities kind of gear that more towards non-single family residential properties. So there's kind of two ways that it can go where the group is receiving the credit versus the individual. And when you go individual receiving the credit, it can become burdensome from an administrative standpoint to apply those credits versus a church would be organizing a stream cleanup or a road cleanup or something along those lines that is approved by the township and they're quantifying we have 40 people going out for X amount of hours and then there's a value associated with that. So there would be some discussions ahead of that would we would quantify the level of credit, but it is envisioned to be non-single family residential properties utilizing that.
Any other board comment or question?
Okay.
Now, have we given you enough direction so far?
Are there any credits on here that the board absolutely does not want to see?
I'll give you the only two I'm at all interested in are structural BMPs and rain barrel rebates. The rest of them, to me, aren't that great of a benefit. The education component is great, but the education component would hopefully lead to them building a structural BMP or buying a rain barrel. Actually doing something that has a benefit versus just listening to something.
What about the stormwater partnership credit in terms of the ability to negotiate access to waterways, stream channels no?
So I will say with that credit, I've only seen that credit utilized 2 or 3 times, and each time it was a significant event. There was one where a property gave up, it was almost a mile of stream that the township or municipality at that point would be able to do a restoration on, things along those lines, or, give up an area to build a new BMP. So the partnership credit is really geared towards kind of that higher caliber project oriented.
I mean, those seem to be one-offs that we might negotiate in the future that we could amend. We could amend as on a case-by-case basis rather than saying it up front, right? Is that?
Yeah, I think the partnership credit is just the kind of ability to have those one-off conversations. That's not to say that we couldn't, redo or review the credit policy at a later date and, add some language in for whatever is required. But that's kind of the, we can set it in there and then whatever may come our way, we have some sort of avenue to discuss.
But my view, if we had a partnership credit, we'd want to set a pretty high bar. And then I would want to, that sounds like something the board might want to vote on to make sure we would apply that credit. If that's something we could do, I'm curious if that's, because that's a pretty big deal from a partnership credit perspective in terms of the type of project that would be covered.
I think you could include it and put in generalities, and again, you said set a high bar, but I don't think you have to put any specifics in at this particular time, but mention it in the.
But something is in terms of a qualifying criteria of, requires review and approval by the Board of Supervisors. I think that we could absolutely incorporate that.
Under sole discretion.
That's allowable?
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, and most communities do take that approach.
Okay.
Again, keep it as general as possible, but keep it at your discretion.
Yeah.
Is there a downside to including all these and then just making that part of the review process?
Yeah, if you would like, I can include all of these and kind of give you all of the language, and we can etch them out at a later date. But if there's anything up here that we were absolutely against, I was going to save myself the time.
I mean, I think any opportunity for credit is good, right?
I mean, this is going to be so novel to most of our residents that I think James' point is well taken, and maybe after 2 years, you eliminate the educational credit, and look to have those things that are more action-oriented. But I think anything we can do to help people understand and get buy-in is going to be a benefit.
The one challenge, and I actually like the sunsetting provision that was suggested by Supervisor Blundy. The one challenge is, if you do something, it's a public participation event, this is sort of like an annuity credit, right? And that's where it gets a little harder. And it gets a little bit more complex. So that's why I'm like, but it'd be worth trying, like you said, if there was an opportunity to maybe try for 2 years and sunset everything but the structural BMP, stormwater partnership credit with Board of Supervisors approval, and then the rain barrel.
I mean, in theory, you could establish that, a public participation credit, education credit could also have that same, provision that requires review and approval by the board.
Oh, okay, so each one of, yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Oh, you want, I don't know that, you want
I think we
to,
want it for the structural BMPs and rain barrel credit, just have it, make it easy for them.
yeah.
Those are
But again, to
Yeah.
the extent that there's a larger potential, community event that you're either sponsoring or you want to, but it would be a means to document even pre-approval, quite frankly, from an administrative standpoint. So it would have to come before you talk about the extent of the event, its objectives, its level of, all of those things could be done.
If they're getting credit for attending a meeting, let's say?
No, it's not that.
Well, so education, public participation, if they're getting credit for attending some event, but then they go back and don't do anything, there's no inherent benefit to stormwater. It's just people attending an event so they can get credit. It's like getting a certification at work so you can get a raise, but you never use it.
I will say there is a value as defined by the MS4 program, right? So there's a requirement for the township to do public participation events, have public participation and educate. So in doing, those through a property owner or a church or something, you kind of offset those costs.
Let me ask you another question. If we're doing $850 a month, right? How much would each of these credits be worth generally off of that?
Yeah, so the credits are kind of variable depending on the credit. The education and public participation I would imagine to be lower. I'll say based on my initial review, we're seeing around a 20% max credit.
20%?
Of being the max, and that's going to be primarily for structural BMPs. Yeah. For low impacts, public participation and education, it would probably be closer to 10 max.
Yeah, even that seems high. 20% for structural BMP, I get that, right? Getting a 10% credit for going to a class to me is ridiculous.
Well, again, as Tyler said, there's many times where that's not available to a residential property owner. It's available to an institutional user that may have, a congregation or a group of people that have the ability to be leveraged.
And the structural changes would be forever, right? You get the discount forever, but the educational credit would be a 1 month and done, or however it's.
Yeah, so typically with the education credit, it's for a year-long period. So let's say a school implements, a stormwater curriculum. They submit, they're going to be putting posters up or whatever. That gets approved by the township, and then that runs for a year. Once that concludes, they would have to resubmit and get reapproval for it. And then the public participation would be more of a one-time, almost like a rebate, essentially.
See you next time.
All right.
Let's get to page 2.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item number 7 is now done. Supervisor Ross's favorite agenda item, I think. Item number 8 is the consent agenda items. Any
Mr.
items-
Chair, I move that we
There you
approve
go.
the agenda items as listed.
All right. Any board comment, questions, concerns on any of these items? Any public comment, questions, concerns on any of these items? All right, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Item number 9 is community development.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, these items actually are being tabled.
Okay.
The developer of Regency has granted an extension of time for your consideration as they're completing some of the improvements on their punch list. So A, B, and C can be tabled to a subsequent meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move that we table agenda items 9A, B, and C to a future date.
Second?
Comment or question? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. Engineers report, we all have the engineers report in our package. Any questions or comments? Our engineers sitting in the audience and can respond. Otherwise, we will move on. All right. Nice to see you. Item number 11. So item number 11, manager's report. Actually, the first item is unrelated to the rest. So, Mr. Kratzer, would you like to?
Sure, I'm happy to, Mr. Chair. So item 11A is consider resolution 2516, authorizing the submission of an application for a statewide local share grant in the amount of $1 million for rehabilitation work at the Garden of Reflection 9/11 Memorial.
So moved?
Second?
Again, just to note, there's no required match under this program. And the $1 million is the maximum permissible grant under the program. As we, talked about, there are infrastructure components at the memorial that are, 20 years old at this point that are in need of sort of rehabilitation and refresh. We felt this was a good project in recognition of the upcoming 25th year remembrance of obviously an event that had a significant impact on this community and the county as a whole. So happy to answer any questions in terms of scope, as is Derek Fuller and Monica Tierney, who are also in the audience, that can give you an idea of the extent of improvements that are being discussed.
Yeah, I know we've gotten some questions posed online, like, what does the garden need? What does the garden need $1 million, right? But this is just to restate what you just said, this is a grant application.
Correct.
Right? So
Correct.
we're not spending $1 million. We're going to the state to see if we can get $1 million to
Correct.
make improvements or update things or fix things that need fixing. It's not a full-scale redesign or anything like that. There's just a lot of stuff because it's aging and we're trying to fix it up.
Correct. Derek or Monica, I don't want to necessarily prolong the conversation, but just to...
Yeah. And as Monica's coming up, how much money do we have to, or it's probably more staff time than anything, but what's our effort to be able to apply for this grant?
It's really been a cooperative effort, I would say, thus far. Obviously there is internal staff time, but the foundation also is actively helping, for example, draft the narrative, interacting with vendors, getting pricing, and so forth. So it's been sort of a cooperative effort between us and the foundation that was established for that purpose. But just to give you an extent, Monica can talk about it. I mean, just some of the electrical work and lighting, you're in $600,000 just to repair and replace some of the existing infrastructure there, I think is what we were seeing.
60% of
I
the
mean,
cost
we
right there.
cover, I mean, that's a big portion.
Yeah, I
That's a
mean-
big portion is the electrical and lights. As you go out to the monument, you'll see a lot of underground lighting. A lot of that wiring has been dry wire rotting for years, and we've been spending a significant amount of money repairing and patchworking it over the years. So having a full replacement will actually, have an annual cost savings for us. Then there's some,
Can I
like-
ask you one question, since it's
Sure.
such a big chunk of change on that one particular item?
Mhm.
When we look at it, and Derek, this might be for you, I don't know, or our engineer. When we look at it, are we saying, was it installed correctly? Is it the right, other upgrades to it that'll give it a longer life moving forward? Like another type of light, wire protection, whatever it may be, that won't be cause for another $600,000 project in 15 years or something like that.
Yeah, talking with the potential designers and HRG, yes. Obviously, technology's coming a long way, LEDs over halogens, so yes. With the necessary upgrades, they should last a lot longer, yes.
Okay. That's why we want to make sustainability here.
Yeah,
I know that's a big
Fountain components.
Fountain, I mean, the fountain is 20 years old, so we could be coming to you next year if the fountain doesn't work. So we're trying to proactively repair and replace these items before they go bad.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you want any more clarity, we need a new pump, we need to fix the bottom of the fountain, all these things really add up.
Yeah,
We actually need more, much more than $1 million.
Yeah, we're trying to cost it all out. Again, there was some discussion with the foundation about potentially doing a capital campaign in conjunction with this. To the extent that we would receive this, would they look at launching a capital campaign, soliciting corporate donations? Again, it's all being priced out at this point, but $1 million is the maximum that's permissible under the program. So
we're going for $1 million grant with minimal cost to the township to improve township resources.
Yes.
Really straightforward. All right.
Mr. Chair, I move that we consider Resolution 25-16 authorizing the submission of an application for a statewide local share grant in the amount of $1 million for rehabilitation of the work of the Garden Reflection 9/11 Memorial.
Second.
I think we already had the motion and seconded by Matt.
We did.
Then you're good.
It's good practice, though. All right. Any other board comment or question? Any public comment or questions? Anyone online?
Stop me.
All right. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next item up, this one is a discussion regarding process and potential action to authorize the filing of a petition to the Bucks County Court of Common Pleas to request authorization to exceed the statutory limit on general purpose millage rate consistent with Section 3205A1 of the Second-Class Township Code. Now, what this is, we have, and correct me if I misspeak on anything, please. We're not looking to actually, let me back up. The general fund has a cap of 14 mils for second-class township. Second-class township. We can appeal to go past that cap up to 19. Our budget does not contemplate actually going up to 19 in the budget. It's just to see if we need access to that for a future budget. We will already have it if we initiate this process. So it's not us looking to increase the general fund millage to 19, but to have that option as one of the, as I said earlier in the evening, one of those tools in the toolbox to address budgets in 27, 8, and 9, based on the analysis that's been done by the STAMP folks, as we were referring to them earlier. Did I miss anything on that?
No, I mean, I think, as we were talking through, I would say 11B and 11C were just sort of brief topics of conversation. Again, not, as you said, Mr. Chair, not intended to necessarily solicit action by the board at this point, but just to have an opportunity for you to be briefed on process timeline from your solicitor.
Yeah.
So
yeah, on the face of it, I think our understanding of it, and please, again, I'll say this a lot, correct me if I misspeak, this is one of those tools in the financial toolbox that we could initiate pretty quickly to have a little breathing room for future years. It's not one of the more complicated ones, relatively speaking,
That's correct.
and probably one of the lesser controversial ones, to be honest. And it's pretty direct in what it would allow us to do, if necessary for future budgets. Again, we're not trying to use it for this year by any means. We don't need to, but based on some of the projections we've seen, it may be something we need to leverage at some point in time. I don't know. Any other?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Dave, if we were a first-class township, and I'm not being derogatory that we're second-class, it's just the way it's structured, how many mills could we?
So 30 mills for general purpose.
And if we were a borough?
30 mills for general purpose.
So we sit in a unique place because we're structured as a second-class township where we can't levy as much
Correct.
mills as townships or not our neighbors.
Right. So those, as Supervisor Blundy, as you pointed out, those are the three most common forms of government in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Two of those three common forms have the ability to levy up to 30 mills for general purpose. The other unique situation that you find yourself in is you find yourself as a second-class township in a county that has not done countywide reassessment for 53 years. So the capacity, I would say, in terms of generating revenue is significantly diminished by virtue of the fact that there's not been periodic reassessment that's been done in this county.
Thank you.
So if the board wanted to initiate this process, what would we have to do?
It is, as you mentioned, it is a fairly simplistic process. It would just require the majority of the Board of Supervisors to vote on to initiate a petition. We would file a petition, we would draft it, file a petition with the Court of Common Pleas of Bucks County. It doesn't necessarily have a time frame. We believe it's retroactive to the first of the year once you file it. It would have to show that there is a budget deficit. In essence, you would attach the budget as an exhibit to your petition, showing that there's a budget deficit and that you need the increase in millage from, as you mentioned, from 14, whatever our current millage is, up to a maximum of 19 mills. And you would ask for something specific. The court really doesn't have a lot of latitude in sort of dissecting the petition. It's pretty perfunctory. If you can show to them that that you need this increase to either balance the budget or to conduct business, township business, the way you need to, they really don't have a lot of leeway in rejecting it. And then it just is signed as an order, and it becomes the rule, the law.
Mr. Kratz, based on our current budget, and we're going to talk about that in a few minutes, is that something that you would recommend we do this year to get it started, or is it something that we don't necessarily, might have to do soon, but not?
So again, I would just simply say you don't, as it relates to 2016, there's other tools that are available.
Or 26.
2026.
I'm sorry, 2026. What I would say is that, as the structural deficit grows, the buying power associated with those 5 mills is diminished year after year after year.
Yeah.
So, I think, and again, I haven't been through this process. I don't know how the court would evaluate, okay, we can get through 2026, but we may not be able to get through 2027. I don't know how they react to that kind of argument.
That was my next question.
Because, again, from a modeling perspective, I think we can demonstrate that there's trend that's not positive, but I don't know how they react to those kinds of circumstances.
Again, I don't think that the court doesn't have the ability to dissect the petition, but I believe that you have to show that the additional mills are needed to correct a budget deficit. So I don't think it can be proactive that we anticipate a deficit. I think it has to be shown in the budget projections for that year. So if we are fine with 2026, but anticipate for 2027, I would suggest that we just be ready to file a petition for 2027.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was
Does that
gonna
make
say-
sense?
Yes, but the way you presented that was that the court has to kind of do an up or down on that. And that just allows us the ability to raise an additional 5 mils. We don't have to accept all 5 mils or anything like that, right? We could do 1 or 2 mils or 3.
Correct.
And if, as part of our petition, we say, hey, this cap is 5 times more restrictive on us than if we were in Montgomery County, that has no bearing on the judge's decision whatsoever. And they won't make a decision either way. The structure is they are either up or down. So, okay.
Based on your budget that you present or
Yep,
attach as an
okay.
exhibit to the petition.
Yeah, as you know, I mean, the one caveat I would note that in order to be good for 2026, it requires an interfund transfer from another fund to the general fund in order to support the general fund, which is, I would imagine, they would retain discretion. The primary operating account, which is funded through general purpose millage, is insufficient to meet general purpose expenses without an interfund transfer from another fund to make it whole.
I believe that suffices, and that could be placed in the petition.
So,
Which would argue that you'd want to do it now, because even after we do what we do, we're still relying on interfund transfer, right, to make the operating budget whole, right? So, the general fund whole. So
You could use that as a rationale, absolutely.
yeah, so I think, from the standpoint of general purpose millage, general operating account, the general operating account is showing that it's insufficient to.
I mean, aren't we there today?
Without the
Trust?
with the
Yeah.
interfund transfer from the sewer, not sewer sale proceeds, but excess sewer system revenues, operating revenues,
We're there.
you're there.
Can we do them, can there be a concurrent thing where you would say, we're going to petition a court, and at the same time, we're also going to look at referendum to change to a first class township?
Yes, you would have to, right now, if you wanted to change from a second-class township to a first-class township, I would suggest it would be a referendum that would be on the ballot in May. So we would probably have to act fairly quickly to get the necessary advertisement, notice provisions out, et cetera, but we would be able, I believe we would be able to do that.
I mean, that sounds like a better long-term strategy for the way that we're heading anyway, right?
Well, there's different strategies we can use, and some of them are on the agenda tonight just for getting more information on. Some of them we've talked about as well. I think for us to justify a referendum, I think we'd want to have some sort of discussion on what it means to be a first-class township and everything surrounding that, so that we could have enough information to make that decision, have a debate, I guess, about whether or not we'd want to try and promote that or not, or put that on a referendum or not. Because, like you said, that is a primary tool in the toolbox to bump up to 30. But then I think we want to make sure that we're all clear and the community is clear as to what that means to everybody. It's just all of a sudden increasing, having the ability to go to 30 mils, that sounds like a big jump in property tax just for the sake of having a jump in property tax. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure that it's my view.
Do we have any neighboring communities that are first class off the top of your head that you know?
Bristol's the only one in the county.
I'm sorry?
Bristol's the only one in the county.
Oh, Bristol is.
Ben Salem is not. Ben Salem is a home rule charter, but
okay.
second-class home rule
Okay,
charter.
so just Bristol Township.
And there are many aspects to a first-class township that should be analyzed, discussed, et cetera.
Future boards.
Future
Future
boards, you need a much bigger dais than you have
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, and
We just kick you off. Bye-bye.
You don't need, you can have 5 members. You can be at large,
you can, but you can
you could be
also-
ward-based, you could expand your, so there's that
It
whole.
actually changes the
You-
governing.
It doesn't have to, but you
Oh.
have the ability to.
Yeah, we
Okay.
need to.
Never mind.
at this point, do we want to ask for? I think you answered the question relative to when and how we could, petition for the millage increase, separate from the first-class township. But do we want to have somebody put together a memo describing our restructuring options for the future, or do we want to hold off on that?
I've been pretty upfront, I'd be up for petitioning now, and even going above the cap, because of the value of the mill.
Yeah.
If fellow board members don't come to the same conclusion about the overall millage, I do think placing this into the court now will give us flexibility, or at least future boards flexibility in future budgets for that additional 5 mills, which I think would be helpful. So regardless of how the board votes with general fund millage, I think we should apply now, is my belief. And if the chair would entertain a motion.
I'm okay with it. However, based on how we have it on the agenda tonight, could we make a motion off of that, or would I have to wait till the next meeting?
Based on how it's written on the agenda, I believe that you'd have to wait till next meeting. It's just discussion.
I'm happy to wait till next meeting as well. I just want to give people.
Yeah. And I tend to agree with you on that approach. With future discussions on township structure, if we need to go there, maybe that's discussions for next year or the year after that, depending. But I'm not opposed to petitioning the court. I want to keep the millage as low as we can for as long as we can, and all that stuff. But Dave, if you could make a note to put that on the next.
Sounds good.
Our next meeting agenda, we can discuss that a little more.
Yeah, and the budget does have to be passed to file the petition with the court.
So we would actually have to pass a budget.
Have to pass the budget,
Okay.
yes.
So from process perspective, any other board comment or questions on 11B? Again, this is just a discussion item. We're not voting on anything tonight. Any public comment on item B? Anyone online? No one online. All right. With that, I'll move on to item 11C. This one is titled Discussion Regarding the Permissibility of the Potential for Sale of Makefield Highlands Golf Course. What I'll say here is this probably piqued some people's interest when they saw this on the agenda. Similar to the last couple discussion items and other things we've been talking about, this is not about do we want to sell it, should we sell it, let's make a motion to go sell it and see what we can get for it. None of that. It's we get a lot of comments, a lot of questions about, a lot of statements saying, just go sell the golf course to get this, that, or the other thing. But then we also know how the golf course was acquired and built through eminent domain and a whole lot of other stuff around that. So this item was really just meant not to have a debate about the merits of the golf course at all. It's just to put the question to bed as to whether or not we could sell the golf course if we wanted to. And if we did, are there any limitations on that? If it has to remain a golf course, if it could be sold to anyone else that could meet the zoning, whatever it may be. So that's the only reason this is on here, because it plays into some of our budget discussions, because that seems to be a lot of people in the community, that's the first thing they say to fix all the problems, just sell the golf course. And it's not that simple, but I just wanted to get that question answered. And that's all.
I think Maureen can address that.
And to keep it simple, the answer is yes, the golf course may be sold.
Are there any limitations on the type of entity or the type of use?
It is a murky part of the law. There's nothing really definitive out there. There are very few cases out there with selling an asset that was obtained by eminent domain by a municipality. However, there do not seem to be any restrictions on the ultimate use of the property if purchased.
And just as a point of clarity, it's zoned R1?
This is absent zoning. This is not taking into consideration zoning or anything. Zoning is separate and apart. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of, can it be sold and to whom and what it can be used for? What it can be used for would have to be comply with zoning.
It is.
It is zoned R1
Yes.
now? Okay.
Yes.
The parcel is zoned R1.
And then as a follow-up question, can we lease the golf course?
I believe you probably always had the ability to lease a golf course.
Okay.
In that, as I think if folks have been following some of our discussions this year, we are RFPing golf course services, I'll call it, next year, and that's one of the concepts. Leasing or something similar to a lease is one of the concepts we're looking at for that RFP. That's a different discussion, but another way to manage the golf course and try to make it more profitable, or profitable, depending on how you look at it. Any other board comment or question on C? Any public comment on C? Anyone online on C? All right. Item D is this, again, leading into the budget discussion. This is another item that has come up a bunch. Discussion regarding potential for township action to compel countywide reassessment. So as our township manager mentioned a few minutes ago, the county has not done a reassessment in 53 years, I think you said? Yes. Which other counties have also been quite lengthy. I think we're probably on the longer end. That obviously when reassessments have not been done and you have a low cap as a second-class township, heavily restricts what you can do from a taxation perspective. So this is another thing that another tool in the toolbox, so to speak, that we've heard a lot about from the stamp folks. We get a lot of questions from the community. We kind of have discussed it a little bit here in terms of what that could mean to us. But my understanding, the reason this is on here is, again, to get some clarity on who can do what and when. My understanding is that the township could not do this. It would have to be a private citizen. Is that correct?
That is correct. You could never petition or request a countywide reassessment as a municipality, as a township. That is reserved only for taxpayers.
Right. So that's not a tool at our disposal if and until some citizen decides to do any.
Could a, and I'm just being devil's advocate, could a member of the board as an individual taxpayer do this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
No ideas, Dan.
In your individual capacity.
In your individual taxpayer
residential
home
taxpayer capacity.
okay.
So you're saying don't
former
sign it,
members of the-
supervisor?
Yeah, sign it as supervisor for Lower Makefield Township.
Again, this is
No letterhead.
If one were to consider that, though, as a property owner, if you have a property that was built after 1997, 2000 area, you're way over assessed compared to everyone else. So if you're in that category, and let's say, just for the sake of argument, you are one of the recently developed communities who are concerned about property taxes, and you had an HOA to talk to about that, that might not be something for them to consider, to lower their tax bill.
it's a tool. So again, the only reason I put this on the agenda is because it's commented on so much that I just want to dispel any myths, rumors, et cetera, and make sure it's clear in terms of what this item would actually mean and how it would be implemented, if at all. And so any further board comment or question? Any public comment or question on this item? No one online? Oh, he's walking back. I would say that's a no. Thank you. All right. So with that, I'll move on to E, which is a project update on the 332 Stony Hill Road Township line. This is a long one, long title.
Yeah.
Edgewood Village Area Planning and Economic Development Study.
Yeah, this will be very brief. Just wanted to mention, consistent with the action of the board, Michael Baker has been engaged and is starting the onboarding process from a project standpoint. We did have an internal sort of organizational meeting just from a staff level and internal Michael Baker staff level. The only thing of note here that I wanted to mention is the scope does contemplate establishing a steering committee, a local steering committee to help sort of guide that process. So just wanted to remind the board of that if you're interested in doing that, to start thinking about potential members or solicitation of members to serve in that capacity.
That's actually a great segue because you had mentioned to me at the Historical Commission meeting, there was mention of this study, and it was presented as an economic development study for Edgewood Village, and it kind of in reality what this, and that's a misrepresentation of what this study is. It's a planning study for the entirety of the corridor between the bypass, Stony Hill, Edgewood, the traditional neighborhood development area, and Edgewood Village. And it's not, I wouldn't call it an economic development study. It's a planning study to look at zoning, design requirements, future land use, so that we're trying to have a vision for that entire corridor in terms of what it'll look like, how it'll function, the whole nine. So one of the, I think as we look to establish that steering committee, there should be, much like we had Harb look at, some of the design at Prickett Preserve on some of those buildings, even though it was outside of the T&D area, those types of design reviews so that we can as we develop this, obviously if Edgewood Village is included, we have to incorporate those design guidelines for that specific area.
Sure.
But when you're trying to look at a vision for the whole corridor that ties everything together in some way, shape, or form, consistent design guidelines that set the tone for that whole corridor are important. So getting those architects from Harb that do such a good job doing those reviews on this committee, I would be in favor of giving at least one spot to those folks. But that being said, any other updates on that?
No, just to start thinking about the potential for either appointment or solicitation of participation there.
What's our timeline on that?
I mean, ideally, if we could organize and get organized during the month of December, so that we're in a position to potentially start at the beginning of January, that would be the ideal.
Okay, so can we put out a note online saying anyone interested in?
Happy to do that if that's what you. Yep.
And then we'd also, if we're going to organize a steering committee, much like everything else we do with those things, we need a resolution, some guidance in terms of structure and membership numbers and their charter, et cetera, as I know you've been looking at for other things.
Okay.
Should we do that ahead? Do we need to tell you to do that ahead of time, or?
I think you can. Yeah, I mean, we can work. I think through that. In terms of a steering committee, I think that could be as formal or informal as you want from an appointment standpoint. I don't.
Ad hoc.
I don't know that you necessarily need that, but you could. If there's certain expectations that you want to place on the committee, then it would make sense to do that so that there's clarity there. So I think you have options there.
Okay, so that's helpful. Any other board comments, questions on status? Any public comment on status? Doesn't look like anyone's online. All right. So let's see. Oh, we got a small one next. Presentation of the proposed 2026 fiscal budget.
So we tried to put together here we go, a PowerPoint presentation just to sort of structure and pull together some of the conversations that we've obviously had over the course of the past couple weeks. Some of this is going to be repetitive, but again, there are certain decision points, obviously, that we find ourselves in or need to make given the time of year that we're at relative to 2026 and our statutory obligations to adopt a budget. So again, this is broken down by fund. I'll try to just quickly go through and again, sort of highlight decision points and considerations that, hopefully we can work through and ultimately, as the last item in this section, contemplates authorizing advertisement of the required public notice so that we can start the public inspection period. By statute, it's required to be 20 days. So in order to, make the adjustments that may come out through this discussion, and then also be in a position to advertise that and make it available, we really need to act at this meeting so that we can do that and not have to potentially schedule a special meeting in the month of December. So again, just getting into the general fund, these are operating revenue considerations as we talked about when we were talking through the other item and that we've talked about over the course of the past couple weeks. There is excess operating revenue from the sewer fund when the township was operating its sanitary system. There's about $2.4 million that is available. Again, we were aware of this. We were holding this. We were working through some of the closeout of some of the capital projects that were initiated prior to the sale of the system. And then obviously we had the issue we were working through with the billing from MAA, Morrisville Municipal Authority. So now that those items are closed out, we feel confident with sort of the remaining position in that fund and what our obligations may be as it relates to the system post-sale. One of the sort of decisions to make is what do we do with these excess operating revenues? And one potential consideration has to do with the transfer of that to the general fund for purposes of supporting general operations of the township in 2026.
So, Dave, on that, just to clarify, because it came up at a planning commission meeting, some of the history with MMA. We were holding several $1 million
Sure.
Because of lack of clarity in terms of outstanding invoices and payments from MMA with no billing backup as we were trying to get clarity. And eventually, after a lot of work, we were able to settle that, and now we're free and clear of that.
That is correct. Even pre my arrival at the township at the beginning of '23, the township was working through the process of substantiating invoices, both operating expenses and capital expenses that the authority was charging the township for treatment services that they render. So yes, but that has been worked through. Yes.
Okay. And I personally, and maybe John, you as well, I think we were participating in meetings as early as late 2017, trying to get those worked out, and it took until about 23 to finally do it. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah. These next items, again, are repetitive, but things we've talked about, things to talk about within the context of the budget. Again, right now, from a general purpose standpoint, township finds itself at 13.88 mils, which is 0.12 mils under the statutory cap that we referenced of 14 mils. This just gives you some idea to the extent that you made a decision to increase up to the statutory cap. The revenue generation associated with that is only about $66,000 of additional revenue at face. And then I just had something there noting that the taxpayer impact equals about $5.23 based on the average residential assessment of 43.6. The next option or consideration, again, we just talked about, petition the Court of Common Pleas to exceed the statutory cap of 14 mils. As we noted, you could go up to 19 mils, and that's consistent with the applicable section of the second-class township code. And as we've also talked about this evening and prior, there's ongoing discussion about levying a stormwater utility fee, which, as we talked about before, would result in the ability to spread some of the overhead costs associated with certain positions of the township and would result in an inter-fund transfer of about $283,000 for existing general fund supported personnel expenses to the stormwater utility fund. So you guys can feel free to interrupt me as we go on, but I just wanted to, again, outline this stuff. General fund capital, there are very few capital requests within the general fund as a result of the, I would say, operational expense strain in the general fund. There is a proposed purchase of a mower for the Department of Public Works. It is a replacement of an existing mower. We talked a little bit about police fleet. We talked about sort of the strategy around that and looking at transitioning from a leasing approach to a financing approach for patrol vehicles. So there's a request for 3 upfitted Ford Explorers to be financed at an annual cost of about $92,500, which would be financed over a 3-year term. And again, as mentioned, this would be part of the strategy to transition patrol vehicles from lease to purchase. Then the budget also contemplates lease requests for 4 additional vehicles in the police department to be used by the Criminal Investigative Division. They're priced right now as mid-size sedans, compact SUV, with annual leasing cost of $36,000. Again, that's based on a 5-year term. And what's noted on the slide is the assets that they would replace. In order to keep the lease payments down and also properly align what a reasonable residual value would be at the conclusion of the lease, our recommendation moving forward is to not roll upfitting cost into the lease structure. It just results in additional interest costs and also affects residual at the conclusion or termination of the lease. So the budget has $32,000 in there for one-time costs associated with upfitting of those 4 leased vehicles.
So, just so I'm clear, for the 4 CID vehicles, the midsize sedan, compact SUV, the lease cost per year for each vehicle for all?
For all 4 vehicles,
Okay.
for $9,000 a unit, yep.
So, okay, essentially $45K. And then at the end of them, what's at the end of the lease? We return it? Do we get any money back? What's the deal?
So at the conclusion of the lease, you would have the ability to the extent that there's an equity position in that, you would recapture that equity position. The one thing of note here, I know we obviously have an existing relationship with Enterprise. There was some discussion about alternatives to Enterprise. So to the extent that this is authorized, I think our intent would be to explore those alternatives and ultimately bring that back to the board for its review and consideration. So
To me, it sounds like Enterprise might be the default for police vehicles, but also seems to be the premium cost.
Yeah, we started looking into it because, again, it was brought up, have we looked at alternatives irrespective of, or if we continue this leasing strategy as it relates to certain vehicles, did we look at alternatives other than Enterprise? And we started that discussion. There may be some alternatives out there that may add value or be more cost effective. So,
Yeah. And I just going through that operation, I guess, we're going to have more vehicles in the future, so it's good to identify options now versus having to wait till later.
Just getting into the Park and Rec Fund, and again, a lot of this is just recap. Capital project requests. The only capital project contemplated out of that operating fund is 5 Mile Woods Trail, the second phase of that project, which is being supported by $10,000 from a PICO Green Region grant. There are 2 new capital purchase requests that you heard about. $13,000 for a zero-turn mower, which again is replacing an existing unit from 2018, and then also a replacement of a pickup at an annual cost of $22,500 for a 5-year financing term, and again that's replacing a 2015 GMC with about 120,000 miles in it. So I don't know if there's any questions on any of those at this point. Derek, you may need to come up if there's questions on some of this stuff.
So that's, 22.5, that's basically $110,000, right? Over 5 years for something that looks like it might last 10 years. What's the estimated lifespan for the new truck?
Yeah, the pickup, smaller size, you're getting 10 years. I mean, that one there lasts.
Please turn on your microphone. You're getting the red light.
Sorry. I would say at least 10 years. I mean, that truck lasted us 10 years. It has some useful life, but again, we're looking at 120. The transmission can go, motor can go, so we need to switch them out while they still have residual value.
How many trucks do we have now in the fleet that are usable?
Total fleet size, put me on the spot. 8 large dumps, 8 small dumps, and about 8 pickups. It's about 8 and 8.
Yeah. What should we have? Based on our services.
So the pickups in the wintertime are primarily like accessory vehicles, so the large dumps and the small dumps are what contain salt and what we plow with. The pickups are what are, seasonal guys. We have a couple guys that help us and clean up trucks, right? So in the winter, you need 16 dump trucks with salt. In the summer, you don't want to be running big dump trucks. You're using the smaller dump trucks and pickups. So unfortunately, your fleet changes based upon season. But we're probably right there, to be honest with you.
You put plows on these ones or no?
All the pickups have plows, yes, all the pickups, everything that we basically have is plowable, can plow. But again, you're not plowing a large winter storm with that. That's cleanup, that's helping,
All areas.
Correct, yep.
I got you. Okay.
So this is transitioning to park fee in lieu of. Again, Derek and Monica spoke about these at your last meeting. They're just itemized there just for refresh. Kids Kingdom, there's $150,000 allocated for design. The Revere pickleball court replacement, $250,000 for complete surface removal and reconstruction with proper sub-base preparation. $25,000 for crack repair at Community Park basketball and tennis courts. And then the items related to the pool that are coming out of the park fee in lieu of 2 pool heaters at a total cost of $68,000. And we have the itemized cost there in the event that there's discussion on that. One is for the baby pool, and then a larger heater for the Olympic pool, and then a allowance for electrical installation that's required to support the installation of these. I don't know, Derek, if you have any detail just in terms of particularly the Olympic pool, in terms of the approach there?
Sure. If the board is so inclined to separate or cost savings, the baby pool heater, while it is a small cost, a small pool, that heater is probably in the most unsafe condition in terms of it needs to be monitored if we heat the water. Now, granted, you don't need to heat it a lot. There's a little bit of water, but that heater is probably the worst out of the two. The Olympic pool heater, obviously we had a pipe break at the end of the season that was not related to the heater itself. It did run this season. I couldn't tell you if it would start up in the spring, but it ended the season on a good note. I can't tell you if it would start the season on a good note. Baby pool heater is not in a safe condition to run the way it is.
And then we've had this discussion before that we're probably the only township that actually heats any of our pools, but we have all these heaters that are very expensive and ready to go.
Because they're 40 years old.
Yeah, but I'm still baffled at the fact that maybe it's, again, I grew up swimming in cold water in Maine and I'm fine with it. So I'm still baffled that we have so many heated pools.
Bring on the heat.
And we seem to need, it's like a private club almost. So I wouldn't be, is there any interest from the board to remove either of these heaters? And maybe with all of the cost issues we know we're gonna have with the pool when the pool discussion comes up again.
So I was waiting. I thought we were going to let Dave say anything before we.
I don't know, maybe, the more I thought about that, and I was actually going to suggest maybe we do this, like where you say.
We're going to lose track of
yeah or nay, because you're going to potentially lose track, so.
Or at least keep notes of items we want to come back to.
So I don't know if you want to.
I didn't see anything on the first few slides that jumped out at me as wanting to keep or remove.
Yeah, I'm fine with everything that's on the screen there.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Again, the 5 Mile Woods is a continuation of a project. It's grant funded, and then there's the 2 items there. I don't know if there's any comments on those or questions on those that Derek and or Monica or Mega could address.
I'm fine with all those again.
I think we addressed them last time.
Okay.
In my mind.
So then we're back to this list for consideration of inclusion, removal, comment, any of that.
I personally, and I'll just get the conversation started, I would probably hold off on the Kids Kingdom design because ultimately we don't know how we'd pay for the actual build. And as much as we could, I would love to look at a campaign to raise money and have that more community run. If we could do that. We are also looking to build another brand new playground at Memorial Park that I think will be of interest to a lot of kids that might otherwise go here. So I think we're putting in a brand new playground, which will be pretty neat. But I would hold off on this one until we can figure out how we're going to pay for the build.
You're getting the light.
I'm getting the. Was I not? Swallowing the microphone? Nope. Wow. I thought I was doing well this time. That's my thought on Kids Kingdom. I don't know if anyone else has.
I would agree with that.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with removing the Kids Kingdom based on where we are right now. And I would urge the community, as it built the first Kids Kingdom, to take up that torch. But the idea that kids from that part of the township are suddenly going to flock to the north end of the town, we have one playground for you children. That part I can't go behind.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just
Okay.
saying we are building a new playground, so that's a way to mitigate any immediate concerns.
So so we've all said that's out. So now I say, I think we need to raise money in Park and Rec, because I think we need to support the pool. I understand that this is a source of lively conversation that's about to start. But, when I ran for office, it was because I had found out, I've lived in the township longer than any of the other supervisors consecutively, James. And I was shocked to find out how little we had been investing in maintaining our infrastructure, however you want to think about that. I understand why we've had to make difficult decisions, but if we don't start investing, then the decision will be made for us. And I'm not ready to give up on the pool yet.
I would, and I maybe, before I say any comments on the pool.
Yeah, there will, that
There's
topic is on a subsequent slide.
Yeah,
to
coming
talk
up
about,
slide.
yeah.
But there's overlap here, so because it's in the fee and lieu.
Right.
I'll go back to those other two bullet points to see if we can get consensus on that before we dive into the pool. Sorry, I had to say it. I had to say it. I'm going to, dang it, Revere, because I'm from New England. The Revere Pickleball Court, it's a town in Massachusetts. I can't say it, you guys. It's expensive, but pickleball is a big deal in this town, and they do get used, and you can see, they're not just there to host pine needles, I guess, but it's a significant investment that I guess, how many pickleball courts do we have right now that are playable? So the response was 9 playable? Come on up. And as Monica's coming up, this is part of the park, for everyone watching, because we probably have more eyes on this tonight than we did previous nights. The fee and lieu fund for Park and Rec is paid for by developers and others as part of their development agreements.
Correct.
It is not paid for by your taxes. That being said, we use the fee and lieu for Park and Rec operations and maintenance of facilities, so we don't want to spend it willy-nilly, but we have access to it for things like this, for new projects, et cetera. So we balance, high level, we balance our spend in Park and Rec between the Park and Rec fund, which is paid for by taxes, versus the fee and lieu, which is not paid for by taxes. So,
I would just note that, one of them is reoccurring,
Right,
whereas fee in lieu of is potentially finite depending on development activity that may occur.
Excellent point. So
six are playable actually right now because we
okay.
have Cardinal Courts are under construction. So once that opens up, we have another 4, right, or 3? Three. 4.
So 6 are playable now.
Yeah.
We got three coming back. 3?
4.
4. So we'll have 10 soon.
Mm-hmm.
And how many are not playable?
There's 2 right now that are not playable, one at Memorial Park and one at Revere.
Okay. How many at Revere are playable?
2 of 3.
2.
2 of 3.
Yeah, 2 of 3.
And those are all dedicated pickleball courts?
No, they're multi-use pickleball tennis.
Okay. So not only are we, and Revere is tennis and
Sorry.
pickleball. You just want to keep making me say it.
Revere is multi-use tennis pickleball.
No, so tennis benefits too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, looking at it, I would say no, yes, half. If that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah,
It does.
I
Which,
agree with that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
which I guess and I don't know, from the pool heater perspective, what half are you looking at?
The Olympic pool, obviously, versus the baby pool.
Oh, no, I would say the baby pool, not the,
I thought I was going to hear
Rock,
that.
paper, scissors, you for
I would say that heater is, if it fires up, it'll last the season.
So
The main pool heater.
The main pool heater.
Touche.
are we talking about the baby pool heater?
We should do the baby pool heater, the Olympic pool heater. The exchangers are worn, but I think they'll make it another season.
So here's, I got to ask this because the baby pool is
Keep it clean.
9 inches deep. Heats up by the sun and its occupants?
Yeah, so, yeah, for the most part.
You kept it clean.
It's kept clean.
Yeah.
Yes. As clean as you can.
The heating demand is minimal.
It's the smaller price on the
Obviously,
heater.
yes. And the amount of time that's needed is minimum. So again, you could heat that little pool up in a few hours, yes. And, it maintains itself during the day. It gets chilled at night. In the morning, it heats itself. So yes, once it's at temperature for that day, yes. So cool nights, it fires up in the morning, gets back to temperature in a couple hours, and you're done. You're back to 80-degree water.
And every pool we have has a heater, right? Regardless of the size?
Yes.
And the Olympic pool, that's the lap pool that the team uses? Or is
No,
that different?
that's,
Oh, that's the main one.
It's the main pool, but the dive team does use the Olympic.
That's
Yeah.
right, that's right. I jumped off those boards. Man, that needs to be heated too, huh? What's the temperature without a heater typically? Can it?
What do we keep it at, like 7?
Oh, without a heater.
Without a,
With-
much colder.
I mean, without a heater this season, just looking at other public pools, most pools weren't usable till June, mid-June, and where our pools were usable probably the day
away?
the day they opened.
Well, based on our new recommended hours, are we going to be using?
Well,
I'm
yes.
only partially joking.
I don't even know where to go with that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what the normal temperature would be without heat.
I'm wondering if we're overheating based on our hour. I may be the only one really.
Yeah, I don't swim in it, so I can't answer that, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It just amazes me how much money we spend on heaters and then ultimately fuel for the heaters and all the upkeep over the years and how much that costs relative to the revenue for the pool. Anyhow, any word so you would be in favor of what, James?
I was a yes. No, I'm sorry. No, yes, and then half. But
Which half for you is what I'm
to
getting?
Matt's point, I thought that we would do the big one. But if you're thinking that I don't know. If we're thinking
No,
that
we
it's
have
going
to
to
do
last.
the big one. We have to do the big one.
I mean, the baby pool one is basically unusable.
And so there won't be a heater for the babies.
I'm not opposed to that. I just want personally.
From my business expertise, that pool heater has a decent chance of making it, the big one.
Okay.
Because we walk those grounds at the season, and it's definitely worn, but the heat exchangers were all right. They weren't porous or having any major issues.
Okay.
So I guess there's two questions then. Does the board think we need a heater for the baby pool generally? Because that one sounds like it's about to.
It doesn't.
It's done.
It basically doesn't work now.
Yeah. So are we replacing it to heat up for a couple hours? Does any? Sean?
If you're saying you're going to reduce operational costs by not running it, then, what does that equate to? I don't know.
Well, you don't have to purchase one, and then you don't run it, and then you don't have to purchase any in the future.
Good.
The only thing I'm sorry, but I believe, Monica, you had an operational issue when the heater was an issue and the baby pool was cold, correct? Like your participants and the babies, they were using.
The Olympic and the lap pool. And they're, babies with diapers, so we try to keep babies with diapers out of the Olympic and lap pool because oftentimes we have to close the baby pool when there's a incident.
Unidentified floating object, yes.
Yes.
So that could shut down a pool, a much larger pool for a longer period of time just because parents are trying to keep their baby's pool warm in the bigger pools. I'm just,
So essentially, the
From a
baby.
logistic, just so that,
Yeah.
you know, so if you don't
Could we
need-
make a rule that are no babies allowed in the Olympic
there
pool?
is a rule.
And they do it
However,
anyway.
there were members who were passionate about keeping their babies warm this last year and bringing them over to the lap pool. The lap pool was the warmest because it had the new heater. So maybe giving our lifeguards a little harder of a time because the baby pool was not operating. Which is something I didn't even foresee. So I felt that that was important to bring up.
It's feedback. Interesting. So we've got,
So just,
to summarize.
so these are the final two of the pool, or the heaters to be replaced, or are there additional heaters to
There's
replace?
still intermediate pool, or did we replace? We didn't replace the intermediate pool. There's still intermediate.
Yeah, I thought that was
We do.
replaced.
That was
Yeah, we
replaced.
did it.
Yes, that was replaced.
that was what,
Yeah.
last year or the year before?
Last year.
Last year.
Well,
That was lap, yeah.
Yeah, lap
not
pool
last
was
year,
last
in between
year.
the.
So we still have 3 pools to replace.
What are those going to
We
run?
do. Okay.
Intermediate,
I think so, yeah. Intermediate, or Olympic. maybe.
Olympic, a baby, yeah.
You did the intermediates in your head because we did intermediate filters. So that's probably what, the intermediate heater.
And what's that one going to run?
Like, it'd be much less than the Olympic pool.
20,
Yeah, probably half.
25?
Do we need to do, how long is that one going to last?
Let me rub my ball. Maybe, yeah,
Long-term capital improvement
yeah,
plan, right?
they're all these heaters were done around the same time period, so you can expect them all to last around the same time. So it could be, maybe 2, 3, 4 more years out of it. Would be a guess, just from longevity of it.
Well, I would, personally, I would say based on all the other discussions I think this board's had and some of the discussions I heard of the Park and Rec board, based on I'm sort of looking at next year at the pool as experiment year relative to rates and memberships, and see what we can generate for cash flow to fund the pool moving forward, and where that might go for future use, and what that might mean. I think the Park and Rec board had serious consideration for if the pool might need to be closed in the next few years or reduced in its whatever that may be. So spending a lot of money on heaters for something that may not be here in 3 years is.
Derek will find a way to sell them on the secondary market.
I mean, I'm pretty good at it, but
So I appreciate that, Dan,
Yeah.
and I don't know, Derek could pass this crystal ball, right? If we don't invest, then we've already decided the pool is closing in a few years, right? Since I've been on the board, we talk, not every year, but many years about the bathrooms. We all know the main bathroom is a petri dish, and yet, we still haven't been able to do anything. So, 40-year-old bathrooms. How are we going to encourage the community that this is a place you want to come, this is a place you want to bring your families, and we're so sorry that we're not investing in it. Just give us your money.
Yeah. In my mind, the pool budget is so far in the red that I'm leery of investing a lot of money in something that hasn't performed for years relative to getting in the black. And we've been seeing downward trends in membership. So I think if we invested in all the heaters and the bathrooms and spent $300,000-$400,000 plus the slide another $500,000, we do all that in the next couple of years, and we still have 6,000 members that have got a price reduction because we tried to reduce prices, get new members, then we're even further in the red, and then we're worse. And we've kind of put a death knell on the pool, and I'm trying to avoid that. So I have a different mindset. I appreciate what Supervisor Blundy, what you're saying. It's just trying to balance in my mind saving money versus and providing services to still attract people without spending too much money that we shoot ourselves in the foot to begin with, and there's no coming back from that. So I don't know. It's a balance that isn't easy in this case because it's been going on for so long.
Would the board agree to at least next year do an RFP for the bathrooms? And then depending on how the pool does this year, how the response to whatever new membership structure we come up with, if that new board is willing to move forward, you at least have options available? Because like the way I'm thinking about it, if we don't do something now, you don't have new bathrooms till 27, 28. If
Yeah, given how the RFP process can go, I'm not opposed to that at all. But it's sort of the theme of the night. It gives us another tool in the toolbox for future years specific to the pool. So I would not be opposed to that. I don't know. I think that's something we could move on early next year.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how ultimately would be either, I guess, doing it through Keystone Purchasing Network, right? Or
my
or as
opinion would be,
or you would bid that out, so you wouldn't.
You probably need a professional design service first. You would probably need a design, just the amount of design work to make them ADA compliant, to make sure we're code compliant. I think you need a design professional first to come up with a full design, and then we can, whatever contracting means to perform the work, we could do that second.
They don't have, do they have prefab that could suit that?
You're very limited with space constraints, right? So that building not only has the restrooms in it, it has the concession stand in it, has the office in it, has the filter room in it. So unless you could figure out a way to do selective demo and drop prefab in there, you could do that. Yes, they do make prefab everything nowadays, so.
Yeah, it's a concrete block building, so that's what I'm thinking. But no, you're probably right that given the number of functions, we probably do have to have someone design it and make sure it works right. Yeah, that I don't think the RFP is necessarily part of this budget, but more of a policy thing moving forward to make sure we don't lose sight of it, right? Fair. I'd be okay with that next year. I think it's a good move. So, all right, getting back to this last bullet, what do people want? I'm trying to get as much consensus as we can on each of the bullet points. Yeah.
I'll do it again. No, yes. Yes, no. Right?
So are you no on both pool heaters?
Yeah, it sounds like that's the direction of.
I would be okay with the baby pool heater.
Are you a no, yes, yes?
I agree with everything.
Okay.
Except for the baby point.
Sorry, I got my little
no.
table here. I'll do a yes, no. John, do you have any opinion?
Sure. No on the first one. I think we can defer Kate's Kingdom. I'm a yes on all remaining three.
Okay. Suzanne?
No. No.
Yes on both? Yes on both? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I got you. And then me, I think, James, I'll follow you on this one. So by my count, wait, whoops, didn't even write my own answers down right. The first item is a no across the board. Mm-hmm. So we can probably strike Kids Kingdom from this year. The next item, we got one, it's a 4-1 yes on Rivier. Third one, it's same, 4-1 yes on the crack repair. And I'll do baby pool first. We've got
3 yeses, right?
We've got 3, yeah, we do. We got 3 yeses on the baby pool, and we've got 3 no's on the Olympic pool.
Easy enough.
So when it comes, don't know how we're going to make a motion on this one later, because I think the current budget has all of those as yes, but.
Yeah, I'm writing it
Track
down. I'm tracking, so
Okay.
yeah, it would just be, I'll just run through a list of, subject to removal of Kids Kingdom, subject to removal of Olympic pool heater, and then we'll do it that way.
Okay.
Okay?
We're gonna need,
All right.
all right, what do we got next?
That's just another picture of that. Your pool.
There we go.
So we've had a number of conversations regarding the pool. Again, obviously, that last discussion was focused on some of the capital, but as has been discussed, there is also operating revenue and expense considerations as well. So just to sort of start the discussion regarding some of the pricing strategy that was discussed previously, sort of digesting that and trying to come up with a potential sort of consensus position based on that and based on review of the data that Monica had prepared and analyzed as well. We're currently proposing to establish a $600 per family resident cap. There would be no cap on non-resident members. We would maintain pricing at 2025 pricing. And then we were also discussing the concept of a discount period of 10% we just had December 1st of 2025 through February the 17th of 26. So I guess I'll pause and see if there's any comments or concerns or questions regarding that potential approach.
This was an I mean, we've had a little bit of this discussion, obviously, with your presentation. I watched the Park and Rec Board meeting. I know James is the liaison, you were there. It was lively and in-depth, I think, with differing opinions, which that's okay. And I think generally the concepts we're looking at, just as for folks that maybe didn't see your presentation last time, Monica, we've had a significant drop in membership. Revenue relative to I think we're down from our peak about 1,400 members-ish, plus or minus. Yeah. But revenue has actually remained fairly similar between the two because of rate increases.
Right.
But we've, when we look at a couple things, one, this is a community pool. It's not we're trying to allow more members to sign up to create, obviously it may create more revenue, but it also gives more access. So we're trying to balance that. Obviously the pool, and then, so that's why we're looking at the cap item for families, because large families were taking it on the nose a little bit with that. So I think some discussion around the cap and discount periods, I think, will probably take place. But the concept generally, I'm in favor of. The actual numbers, maybe some back and forth here.
Sure.
Right. And then talked about changing operating hours for a number of reasons, right? I would also...
Yeah, these are consistent with what Monica presented previously.
And then...
another item that sort of came up in discussion, again, had to do with... sort of the fee that we're charging to LMT Swim and Dive.
Right.
Our recommendation to sort of get better in line with our costs between sort of the required membership of members. When I say membership to the pool in addition to membership on the swim team and dive, was to look at essentially charging them consistent with how we price leagues. So $30 per resident participant and $60 per non-resident participant. And then, again, continue the practice of requiring memberships as well on top of that. I don't know if you have any comment on that or if there's any questions around that issue.
And just to clarify, 30 and 60 is similar to what YMS, PAA, LMFA, et cetera.
Correct.
It's just,
it'll generate a little additional revenue based on sort of their historic breakdown of membership, get us closer between the two, the sort of compelled membership component and that will get us close to covering our cost associated with how we staff that. So just to remind you, well, you can explain, why don't you explain how the exclusive use and sort of how that's staffed currently. I mean, there's cost to the township, obviously, in providing access like that.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, between the swim and the dive team, I would have to bring in 5 lifeguards, a head guard, and a manager would have to be on site. So per hour, that's what was $107 per hour, just base salary costs.
Yeah.
To cover their expenses. If we're not open during the weekdays, I have been talking to neighboring municipal pools to see how they handle when they're not open on weekdays, how do they handle their swim teams? Most of them do allow their swim teams to stay and work out during that time, so they'd have even more exclusive use than they have ever had before, should we do that. And so they are competitive against the other neighboring municipalities too. So that's kind of just some of the things that we were looking at. By increasing, like the rate that we charged last year was $6,000. It was $6,400, right, Dave?
Right, yeah.
$6,400 is what we charged them last year, and that was just a bulk rate. We based that on the hours that they used that were exclusive last year. By changing it to 36, the 30-60 split, it would bring it up based on their last year rates over $11,000. So that would make up some of that additional exclusive use that they have.
Do we have numbers around, I'll say miscellaneous costs at the pool, like, I don't know, training, events for staff, other stuff that maybe we haven't talked about where we can look to penny pinch a little bit, maybe, you know what I mean? Just other stuff that over time can add up, that where we can trim.
Yeah, I mean, we do try to keep things very light. I can't tell you those numbers right off the top of my head right now. I'd have to go back and look. Most of our training is internal. I do bring in some training from Divot, which is free.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was able to bring someone in last year that provided some gap filling that we couldn't offer alone. So we do try to reduce our costs as much as we can by having our staff so well trained. But yeah, we could look at that more. But I'm always trying to.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just trying to look at all the little pieces of how things operate. And then I guess the last bullet you have there.
Yeah, the last bullet is just for informational purposes, just because it was raised, I think, during the last discussion as a potential tool, not advocating for the tool, but just wanted to give some information around that. That, if you were to increase the Park and Recreation Special Purpose millage rate to offset the projected deficit for 2025, which is projected at about $203,000, and then there's an operating deficit in 26 of about $86,000. You would have to levy an additional 0.53 mils, and then again, consistent with what we did before, just taxpayer impact equals $23.11. Assuming average residential assessment of 43.6. So I just wanted to provide we wanted to provide some numbers around that in the event that that was something that came up in the course of discussion. So that's all.
Yeah, and that would be running the correct 4,500 residents specifically last year were members.
Yeah, I believe that was a breakdown. I'm sorry, I left all my stuff. I walked.
No, it's fine. So
yeah,
it's pretty low percentage of it's over 10, but not much.
Mm-hmm.
So the township that uses the pool, and then having, roughly 85-90% of the township not using the pool, subsidizing those activities. I don't know that I'm comfortable with that.
Sure. No, understood. I mean, it was a topic of conversation, so we just wanted to give an order of magnitude in the event that that was something that wanted to be discussed.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't James, maybe you could tell me, Monica, maybe you could tell me. Did Park and Rec ever, were they able to?
They could not come to a consensus on what their recommendation was
They
for the
kept being
budget
like-
this year.
It was like 2-2 a couple of times, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so we don't have a formal.
Yeah, I think the big outlier was the date range of the discount period. So it seemed like they were in agreement about the 10% discount. They were in agreement about the family rate. They could not agree on when the discount period would be.
Well, some of them also wanted this millage increase too.
And there, yeah, some of them did want a millage increase.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that that was the majority or not. To be
No,
honest, there was so much back and forth with regard to that.
Yeah, I think that they had considered it. I think Doug had actually recommended that last year. You know, there was a lot of frustration on behalf of most of those members of the board, basically trying to figure out what we all know is an impossible math problem, right? So, like, we can keep doing this exercise year in and year out. The fact is, the pool's never going to break even. The pool's never going to make enough money to carry the capital expenses that it needs to bring it to where it needs to be. And I think that a couple of the members expressed frustration in having to come back and do that same math problem over and over again. So the option of raising mills in order to offset that shortage that the general fund's going to have to cover anyway, right? So I mean, we're subsidizing it regardless. If it's short 200 grand, that comes from the general fund at the end of the year, right?
It's coming from, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we're subsidizing it already.
Yeah.
The idea was if you raise the millage, you basically are telling the taxpayers, hey, we're going to raise your taxes $25 a year or whatever it is per household this year, and they know specifically that it's because of the pool, till you get to the point where you get enough pushback from taxpayers to say, we don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, I guess I hear you.
You know?
Yeah, I guess I feel like this year we have much better accounting of everything with Mega and the way she's organized things, that this is the first year, and I think kind of always assumed what you just said was going on, right?
Yeah.
Not sure we always saw that, but now we see it for real, and now we have a chance to, I think I said this earlier, this is sort of the pool experiment year a little bit, to really get clarity on things. I hate to tax our residents for the pool, because I have a feeling with everything that needs to be done that millage increase wouldn't be a one-time thing.
Yeah, I mean, I would note that. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just operating. That's not
Yeah.
contemplating any, there's no there
capital.
is no capital in the pool
Yeah.
fund right now. So we just went through the exercise of the pool heaters that was coming out of park fee in lieu of, not.
And my only thought process behind it is, don't get it wrong. The taxpayers are paying for that shortage regardless.
Right.
I'm saying if you dedicate that specifically to the pool and say, the reason your taxes are going up is because the pool is not able to be self-sustained or create enough revenue to have a capital fund for it, I think that's when you're going to hear back from homeowners to say, well, do we need a pool? And then a future board can make a decision on whether or not we need a pool or not. But and you can wait until the following year to go through that exercise. You're going to have to go through it at some point. But regardless of whether or not we increase mills or not for the park and rec, specifically for the pool, the taxpayers are paying that shortage regardless.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
I agree with you. The only difference I would say that I'm thinking about is that I'd rather not increase. Ultimately, that results in a tax increase.
Correct.
Rate, right? I'd rather not do that, given everything else we're dealing with, and then because generally speaking, historically, once you see a tax increase in a fund, it doesn't usually go down.
Well,
Find
unless
other ways to spend the money.
Well, and
that's not what our
and the
residents are
argument could be that you're being transparent and saying the reason we're increasing your taxes is because of the pool. And if in 2 years the board decides that we're closing the pool, well, now you have a surplus in that fund, and the board should say we're rebating all of that park and rec millage back to the taxpayers because we're not subsidizing the pool anymore. So I think I think the practice of moving this money from fund to fund really like clouds the waters as far as what we're spending money on. Most taxpayers don't know where this money goes. But if you say specifically to them, it's going to the pool, and you're saying that only 4,500 residents out of 32,000 are using that asset, the other 27,000 are going to start screaming and saying, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
You know, it's just, it's a concept. And, you know, I don't know if it's the right concept, but it's just a concept so we know specifically where that money is going.
Yeah.
You know? And
So I support that concept, and, you know, I support leaning into the pool until we say we're closing the pool, right? Which will be a sad day for me, but, you know, that sad day may be coming. Because I have to micromanage everything. You picked Tuesday after a holiday to be the cutoff date, and I'm wondering if it should either be Wednesday or the Friday before. You can pick that answer, I just think it's weird to pick Tuesday after President's Day for the cutoff day of the...
We were just trying to pick a weekday.
I understand, but
So,
people aren't
I
going to call
agree
you
with
on
you, could go
Monday,
either
and then
way.
Tuesday's
Yeah, we can
gonna be
modify
like,
that. That
"Oh."
was, yeah.
Yeah. Are you closed on President's Day?
Yeah, we're closed on President's Day, so we don't want people to be rushing to do their final registration and not be able to call one of us to get assistance.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other comment, or should I do the, go down the list again, if that works for people?
Yeah, that's probably the most efficient.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah.
This one might be a little harder to track.
Well, isn't it just adopt all that until we get to the last bullet point?
Unless folks have other ideas on what the family cap should be and what the, and/or the percentage and/or the percentage discount, I should say, and/or the time periods for that, and then we got to say, I think
Does anybody have any other suggestions on any of
I
those
only
things?
have one, if the board's up for it. I would be okay with lowering the family cap to try to actually bring in some of the residents that don't utilize the pool because it's too expensive.
Yeah.
Because as James said, there's 27,000 somewhat residents that don't use the pool. Like, if we get a couple thousand of those in there, then that could make the pool profitable.
Yeah, I
I
would,
just want to make mention that the family cap would also be discounted during the discount period,
That's what I'm
10%. So it would be around $540 during the discount period.
pretty good. Do you have another suggestion, though? Or
No, that was the only suggestion I had.
what would you put the cap at?
Maybe 550.
So, okay. Any board comment on that?
Yeah, the revenue loss is too significant,
Yeah.
which is why I'm happy with 600, and those who want 550 can just be ahead of the curve, right? And
Then they get 540.
yes,
Yeah.
and we're telling everybody that it's very important for them to sign up, you know?
I'm excited because we'll get the John commercials again. John reminds everybody.
It's very important to sign up for the pool. Yes.
Yeah.
As a unit of comparison, Brookside is $600 bond, to buy in, and $1,300 a year. Double. So,
So
Are they heated?
cheap. I don't know, I don't think, and I don't think they're heated.
Brookside's not even heated.
No, and that doesn't even give you swim lessons, or if you want to be on the dive, any of the teams, you still have to pay extra for that. And one pool.
but you can drink. So
I mean, if you want to open up that conversation.
That one.
I'm all in.
Revenue generation.
So I support what's up on the board.
Okay.
And again, I advocate fiercely for an increase, as James so eloquently put it. Residents are paying for it one way or the other. Might as well be clear about it and try to see where we go.
So you're good with the $600, the 10% discount? Any concerns? Oh, you mentioned your concern with the date, which is fair. And then you're okay with the fees for swim and dive? And then all the other operating hours good for you? And then,
I appreciate that state regs have changed about who can work late. I just think of the TV show Ghosts. You hear me? I do watch shows about dead people. Yeah, I know, Monica.
you see,
And how one of the characters would respond to that. But yes, you cannot have high schoolers working after certain hours. Who knew?
James, I just want to.
Yeah, I would be yes on all of those, including most important to me would be the last one.
So I'm saying as is. Yes.
I would say no to the raising the taxes, so special purpose millage.
Okay. And everything. Are you okay as is? You want to put
Yeah,
it to 550?
I'm okay with everything
Okay.
else.
John?
So I'm okay with membership fee change, dive charge, operating hours, and I would support a 0.53 mil increase to support the pool fund.
Okay. And I think, Matt, you and I line up on all of them, so I'm okay with the fee, the discount rate and period, the operating hours, and I am not in favor of the millage increase. I do not want to raise taxes this year. So, Dave, I know you're keeping track, but by my scores, we're going with the $600 cap with a 10% discount period.
Yep.
As stated there, maybe some consideration for moving the 17th a day or two, I think. I have no real issue with that. I don't think any of us do, just if you can pick a good date. Same thing with the LMT swim and dive recommended fees, operating hours. And then I guess it's 3-2 in favor of increasing taxes for the pool.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. All right, what else do we have that you need?
Okay, so next, getting into the golf fund. Hold on one second, please. Derek, stay put here. So the first sort of thing that we talked about had to do with interfund transfers. So these were interfund transfers out of the golf fund. So the first three bullets under that heading say general fund, golf bond repayment fund, and golf capital fund. The respective amounts of each of those interfund transfers is reflected in the parentheses behind. So the golf fund transferred $455,000 to the general fund. Again, that was to the last year, the final year of paying back an operating subsidy that resulted in prior years and was contemplated to be amortized over a number of years. So that obligation in relation to that has been paid back. $75,000 was going in the golf bond repayment fund. Again, this was to repay, as I understand it, the township's use of sanitary sewer sale proceeds to pay off golf course debt. So again, that $75,000 has been transferred in prior years, and it's there available for really whatever the discretion is of the board. And then there was $225,000 that was in 2025 that was transferred to a capital reserve fund for the golf course. The current budget doesn't show any of those operating transfers in 2026. We wanted to, again, give you a picture of where the course was in terms of operating expenses, revenues and expenses before interfund transfers. As the budget is currently drafted, there is $555,498 dollars in excess operating revenues that would be available for transfer in 2026, and that's even with fully funding the contemplated capital projects that we'll go over and are noted below. And then there's just a general note here about 2025 year-end fund balance in the fund anticipated to be in the neighborhood of $1.6 million. So there's some space for interfund out transfers to the golf fund or from the golf fund to other funds. And so we wanted to talk through sort of the board's preference related to that, whether they're going to continue, whether they're going to stay in the golf fund. And then obviously we'll get into discussions about capital project requests. Just to continue the slide, there's 3 capital projects that are contemplated that are currently reflected in the budget. The relining and dredging of the irrigation pond on the 9th hole at an estimated cost of $800,000. The drilling of a new well on hole 15 at an estimated cost of $100,000. And then a dedicated irrigation water service line for the ninth hole irrigation pond at a cost contemplated of $150,000. Funding for those projects, to the extent that they would be improved or approved, contemplates $500,000 being transferred into the golf fund from the golf capital fund. Again, those funds were intended for capital investment in the golf course, and then essentially has pay-go of $550,000 coming out of the golf operating fund. So again, being paid out of 2026 operating revenues. So I don't know if you want to start with capital projects.
Here's a quick question for you, Dave. Am I hearing you correctly that there's $555,000 in excess that we could use towards other stuff in 26?
That is correct, yes. Yep.
So that's more than double the money required to cover the pool, and could offset it could more than offset any tax increase that would be required to pay for the pool. Because remember when the sewer was sold, the big selling point about selling the sewer system, which I was totally against, but one of the big selling points was from our former township manager that the golf course would net out $800,000 to $1 million a year to pay for other township services. That has not come to fruition at all, but we have some money here that we could put to good use without causing us to raise taxes for a single asset, and that is sort of was the stated intent of the sewer sale. I'm just saying it's in the minutes, it's in newspaper articles, the whole thing.
I understand that.
And we're sort of
what I'm offering moving forward is the practice of, and I'm going to use the word commingling, and I know that it's not, the specific definition of doing that, but the commingling of funds is how we got to where we are today. So at some point, we needed this guy to pay this guy. Now we're looking at this guy to pay for the pool, rather than just saying, here's what the pool does, here's what the pool brings. Does it bring enough to carry what it needs? And if it doesn't, then we have to make a decision on whether we continue owning a pool. The same thing goes for the golf fund. If there's money in the capital improvements and excess cash in order to do these projects, and I still believe we're spending how much per year on bringing water in?
I don't know what was this year, but I believe like 2024 when the wells, when we were doing domestic, I think the sewer bill alone was $80,000. Again, 2024.
Just for the sewer piece of it.
For the sewer piece.
I think it was like in the 120, right?
All in, water and sewer?
120, 130,000 or something.
That's ringing a bell in 2024. I don't know what they did this summer, to be honest.
So again, if we only use this golf course revenue to do golf course projects, then it's neutral, and to me it's a useless asset to 99% of the residents, because it's not providing any benefit to anyone who doesn't use it. The whole point of the golf course is that it's supposed to be revenue generating to offset, similar to the sewer fund, where the interest is supposed to be used towards the general fund and other township projects. The golf course is supposed to generate enough revenue to reduce the tax burden on our residents. Otherwise, it's just a golf course with no inherent benefit to anybody, except for those very few residents and non-residents that use it, right? And maybe you like looking at a golf course if you're close to it. So it gives you that type of benefit. But from a money perspective, the whole point of the golf course, and that's why we pay a third party to manage it, so it produces enough revenue so we don't have to do tax increases.
Agreed. I don't look at a $500,000 in excess operating revenue. I mean, Dave, is that projected to be the same for next year? Is it supposed to be more? What's the projections for coming years? I mean, is it?
Megan can come up, and I think she has some of that.
And as Meg is coming up, remember, we are putting this golf course management out to RFP next year, which could, the way we're looking at it, could fundamentally change how we manage the golf course.
Correct, yeah, if it goes to a
And
lease.
Given a lot of these issues, these big number of projects are related to golf course design and pond design, and they've talked about millions of dollars of capital projects over the next several years, which...
I mean, if we're looking at a lease, if we do these improvements and we're looking at a lease option, or if the next year's board looks at a lease option, obviously you change the lease option to not have to include these capital improvements, which means that you're getting more annual revenue. You can say the lease deal is going to be structured differently because you're not going to you don't have to do these improvements year 1 to 5.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. Good evening.
Hi.
So, just to reiterate what Dave was saying, I just want to make sure that you guys understand that the 555,498 is if we do all of those capital projects in 2026.
We could have even more.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Just,
Wait.
so
Yeah, so that
so technically, it's the 555,498 plus the 550,000 would be.
plus the 550 of pay-go down at the
Yes.
bottom.
Correct. Yeah, so that's what you would use to do those capital improvements, correct?
Right, she was just simply saying that to the extent that you defer these because these projects, the 550 excess contemplates execution on all these. And what Dan was just saying is that if you delay 1, 2, 3, whatever the discussion results in, there's excess operating revenues in excess of the 550, 498.
Got you.
So
correct.
if
Would
we
be
delay
like
the-
$1,100,000.
Okay.
If we delayed the irrigation pond, the $800,000 project, what would that result in excess?
It's like it would be an additional 800,000.
Okay, so, well, no, it's not, so if we're, are we paying it all at once, or is it a finance
Yeah, we
charge?
would have a total of 1.3-ish.
Okay.
And second question, before I ask you about what the projections are.
Because it would be the,
So if you take it out here, I'll just do it on the back end just to make sure. Because
but only,
again,
but
we're,
only
in
five-
order to pay
but
for
only
that, we're
550
using
only
the capital.
550 is coming out of the operating, though.
Yeah, so, yeah, we're using some of the capital fund to also, so it's actually, what, 300? Here.
And then technically that the inter-fund out transfer, that 450 in 2025, that ends this is the last year that happens. You could continue that next year if you're looking to still get revenue.
Correct, you can
right?
continue to do that, yeah.
So you can take the 800, because what's the projected net for the golf course at the end of this year?
2025, yeah.
Yeah.
So cash balance at the end of this year projected is 1,648,624.
1.6, you said?
Mm-hmm. That's
mean-
because we've had overage each year that we
Yeah,
haven't
I
spent.
mean, you have, so
the
there's
last few
money.
years.
But you can, if you want to say, I want to use $455,000 to continue to fund other projects in the township, you can still do that and still do these other projects, correct?
Yeah, you have 555,498
Yeah.
that you can use
No, I get
to
that.
transfer.
That's why that's exactly what I said a minute ago when I said, why don't we use that instead of raising taxes? Why don't we use money we have to address the pool?
But you can do that. You can do that. You can literally say that general fund of 455, this is the last year. If you want to take that 455 and say next year it's going to the pool, you can do that. But you can still do all these you can still do these improvement projects at the golf course. You can do both of those things, correct?
In this year, yes.
Yes.
But then moving forward, you wouldn't have enough to pay for capital projects, if that makes sense. Like, you're still going to make money each year. So right now, without capital projects, in 2027.
Assuming performance is consistent, yes, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to end with a cash balance of $3,388,526.
If
So it continues to grow every year, again, without doing capital.
And with a major caveat that the new agreement, like management agreement, could fundamentally change how we do things, and that is our wild card, because we won't be doing things after next year the same way moving forward was what I anticipate. So those numbers could change significantly in the following years, depending on how things are structured and success and all that stuff.
Correct.
Do you guys do some type of like projection as far as what public golf courses are going to do as far as revenue? Like, is there some kind of like index out there that you can look at to say?
No, I think
There's
we
nothing out
just
there?
were looking at past performance of this course based on what we were seeing. There was no.
What's the trend?
We've done comparison studies. It's been about 5 or 6 years where we compared our revenue and average revenue per golfer versus neighboring public courses. At that time, and I think still to this day, we do extraordinarily well on golfer, average revenue per user, and we still have some work to do on food and beverage, right? But that's where we were, focusing efforts on previously. I think we still have work to do in the food and beverage side to improve revenue there. Just for comparison's sake.
So I think what Dan was suggesting, I just want to make sure, he was suggesting if you have excess operating revenues, and I just want to make sure, of that 555, 498, the shortfall in the pool funds, again, the existing deficit plus the projected operating deficit is about $289,000. So you would take $289,000 of that 555 and transfer it to the pool fund, is what I think you were saying, right? As a means to avoid
A tax increase.
But that essentially does away with those three main capital projects, because you can't do any of those if you're.
No,
right?
I would. You could still do.
You're still going to have some excess.
I guess you could do the two wells.
The two wells are actually probably might even be more important because of what they allow you to do.
But those would save us the sewer fees.
You could do all three.
You could do
You
all
have
three.
more than enough, but the only thing is you're not really saving much.
They're saying if they wanted to make this interfund transfer to the pool fund to offset the deficit without the special purpose millage rate increase, and then if they eliminate, let's just say hypothetically, the ninth hole irrigation pond, there would be additional excess revenues that could go to the general fund or wherever you chose to take it.
Correct.
Derek, what kind of success is the course going to have with two new wells on 15? Or a well on 15 and a water service for pond? What does that mean, water service for pond? Does that mean what you bring in?
Yeah, so I can't speak too much about hole 15 well. I know Mike was adamant for that one in terms of looking for free water, right?
Sure.
The well doesn't cost us anything besides the installation and minor electric. I think he felt very comfortable that a well would be beneficial because we have two wells right now providing free water, theoretically. A third well would be additional capacity because the way it is now, two wells get taxed. We have to turn on the tap to PA American. The $150,000 cost for water service to pond is a dedicated main line off of PA American with a dedicated meter that is irrigation only. So we still pay PA American Water for water usage, but we would not be receiving a sewer bill for that use. So
But aren't we bringing it into a pond that leaks?
we do. So yes. But the problem is it does leak, but they don't fill it, right? So the pond liner is even more free water, right? So when we could run wells, we're filling a pond theoretically that holds water, holds capacity that we pump irrigation out of. When they turn on the water well, they're almost matching withdrawal, if that makes, like they're not just putting money in a pond that leaks. They're managing it so it's not leaking right out. Additional pond capacity, we don't have to turn on the spigot as much, right? We could run the wells longer. The wells have longer time to recharge the ponds.
Yeah.
Storm water rolls into the ponds. We're getting more free water use.
Derek, so when a pond leaks, it leaks back in the groundwater, right?
It does. Yeah.
And groundwaters take the water that goes in the groundwater is you take it up from the groundwater via a well.
That is correct.
Okay.
Does that matter location-wise, where the pond end is in relation to the well?
I don't know the aquifer there, but I'm
Not really.
Not
It's
really.
a seepage,
No?
so it all ends
Yeah.
up going
Except
to the
that,
same place.
that pond is by the well that we're not allowed to use, because there's three wells that support the golf course, except the one well we cannot use, because when we used it, residents around said, hey, you're taking my water. I've lost my water pressure. So I am not the water spokesperson, but
Hole 9 pond is the main one when we drive by. That's the main one.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
and
the one that's behind the residence on Delaware Rim, I don't know what they call it, pond 4 or hole 4. That's the one that's,
I think Suzanne was talking more about the drilling of a new well on
I'm sorry,
15.
I'm sorry, yeah.
And the potential,
yes.
the potential impact to residential
Correct.
wells by drilling a new well on 15.
15 theoretically is closer to the other two operating wells. It's not on the west side of the course of the entrance drive. So there could be, I'm not, yeah.
closer to the plume. Oh, wait, who said that?
Listen, if there's a way to do this and structure this where, to your point, we don't have to raise millage. Again, I don't like it because I feel like we're going back to doing what this township's been doing for many years, which is robbing Peter to pay Paul and saying it's all good.
I agree. I agree with that sentiment that we don't want to do that, except for this case of the golf course, because that's specifically what the golf course is supposed to do. It's supposed to fund the township. It obviously is supposed to.
Well, and I mean, it is. It's going to. It's going to continue to do that. You can continue to draw that 455 year after year, right? I mean, that doesn't change. It's funding it. It's a full mill, right? It's $500,000. That is a full mill that it is funding year after year after year. But that doesn't mean that you take more stuff away from it and then you don't capital improve it, and then we end up with the pool.
Right,
I mean,
another
essentially-
asset that we haven't invested
You
in.
have to keep investing into this thing in order for it to give you a 1 mil return. If you don't,
Except like the pool, there's a lot of design deficiencies at the golf
I don't.
course
Yeah,
that have
that I
never
don't
been
want to get
fixed.
into. I don't.
You have to, because that's
I guess.
fundamental.
I guess.
For in perpetuity.
Yeah.
That the ponds.
It's the only public golf course in Bucks County that gives a mill back to the municipality. I don't know how fundamentally broken it is. Like, we could say that, is it perfect? No. But it's the only township-owned golf course that gives a full mill back, more than a full mill back to the township. There's no other golf course that does that. No other golf course in Bucks County that does that. Is it perfect? No. I don't think it's broke. I don't want to reinvent it, right?
I wouldn't be opposed to researching, if we're going to keep it, a redesign to make it more efficient and that much better.
I don't know that I would oppose that either, not that I'll be here for that fun, but you just can't keep waiting until it gets to perfection, right? That is historically, right? We've been joking around about, not this board, that board, not us, them, this, whatever, but we will now be just like prior boards who, didn't maintain, I know you don't like the word the asset, so I don't want to keep saying that, but didn't maintain our property, right? We'd be like a homeowner who just, let everything fall around and then say, oops, it's not perfect.
We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this golf course in the last few years. I mean, look at the bar that they did without our permission.
That wasn't hundreds of thousands
That
of
was-
dollars, but
In addition to the bar, we've genuinely spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this course. We continue to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on this course, and we're looking at spending that much money moving forward.
And with-
The only reason I would say hold off on the $800,000 item is because next year we are going to RFP to fundamentally change how we manage the golf course, and that may allow us to have access to different approaches, possibly different designs, if we enter into an agreement with a new company that actually understands design and doesn't refuse to plant trees, kind of thing. We may get some very new ideas that allow us to fundamentally change how we do things that would be that much more profitable for the township. But that's going to happen next year. That's in the cards.
And I won't be here next year, and Suzanne won't be here next year. I would say this is just a budget. It doesn't mean that it needs to be done, right? But if we're budgeting for it and the things that you're speaking of don't come to fruition, we still need to do these things, right? Like, we still should budget to do these things. We can't keep throwing $126,000 down the drain every year to get water to the golf course. It doesn't make sense.
And Dan, you know, to your point about the money that's been spent on the golf course, right? And that's true, right? There's costs. And at the same time, you know, it's holding its own, and now it's starting to kick off some money, not as much money, but kick off some money. And your trees, right? You brought that up, and last year they planted trees. We have a new beautiful tree package that we're looking at and turning it into, I mean, it's already an Auburndale Birdtown property. It's going to be a Monarch property, right? You have raised the awareness of things we can do to the township to make it, to the golf course, to make it more environmentally friendly. And those things are all on track to happen.
Yeah, and let me just do this, because these are just varying opinions. Chief Financial Officer of the township, is having this golf course a good idea, kicking out $1 million plus in revenue every year?
Gosh, I can't, I mean, I'm not a.
Well, I mean, from a finance standpoint,
I mean, right now.
from an income standpoint.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you're seeing income coming in, it's
Okay.
flowing through. I mean, I think in prior years, we had debt payments that we were making. Now minus that, we're seeing quite a bit of inflow.
And do you project that that's going to continue as long as we manage it properly from a capital improvement? And
Yes.
so you do see that
Yes.
that's going to be the pattern? Okay.
It's-
I mean, that's the chief financial officer. So.
Yeah, assume,
And that's
yeah.
happening because everyone's sewer rates are skyrocketing, right? And we still have millions of dollars in capital improvements to make, so it is, even though.
But they can
on
afford
paper-
it. We can afford it, right? We can afford to.
Maybe not from a pay-go, but maybe from a debt standpoint. So eventually, if we wanted to take bonds out, I think the golf course will be able to fund that debt.
I mean, the only reason the golf course can afford it is because the township paid $18 million of their debt off. So
Right, but
that
I mean, if
$18
we-
million could produce $1 million a year in interest if in an investment account. So
Yeah.
But if we're gonna talk about that, then we have to say that while the golf court debt was being refinanced, right, and all the money that came out from the refinancing, it went back into the general fund to balance that budget. So, yes, we paid off the golf course debt, our debt, and the golf course, but we incurred that debt by poor financing.
Yeah, none of us asked for the golf course.
No, the origins of the golf course are.
Yeah, none of us asked for it.
We know that.
Right?
Can argue it. Now we're trying to.
Right, but I think we should try to have an, academically honest conversation and not drag each other too much back into, the past, as much as we can avoid it, and just, talk about how do you go forward? What does forward look like?
Yeah.
Agree.
So with that, I would say move forward with the new well on number 15. Move forward with the water service for the pond. I would not move forward with the 9th hole irrigation pond, and I would, without quoting the exact number, I would put excess funds from the Gulf. I would not increase Park and Rec millage for the pool. Instead, I would offset that with excess money from the Gulf Fund. Did I miss anything in there? Did I not address anything, Dave?
The
No.
only thing is just in terms of the interfund operating transfers beyond the pool fund. So I just am quickly sort of doing something just to, I want to make sure, somebody should check my math here, but, hold on. 36.
While he's doing that, it just dawned on me. Little idea went off. Are we creating another sense of non-transparency by doing this? Because what you're saying is, if you think that fundamentally that the golf course is costing taxpayer dollars, that's your basis for your argument. right? Are we taking money from the golf course to then pay for the pool, and now we're making it look like the golf course is costing taxpayer dollars but not the pool? I want to keep things consistent, right? So if the pool's costing taxpayer dollars, let the pool cost taxpayer dollars. If the golf course isn't, let the golf course be, right? Like, I just want to keep it in the same category, if that makes sense.
So what I'm hearing, correct, yeah, what I hear when you say that is no matter how much money the golf course makes, right, good, bad, or otherwise, every penny that comes out of the golf course is going to be reinvested in the golf course.
No, I'm not saying that at all. You can take.
You're not going to use it to pay for anything else in the township. Because
No, but
you
I'm-
don't want to.
No,
you
you
don't
can.
want to
You can
go
take,
from one fund to another.
going back to my original point, you can take the shortage in the pool off of that general fund transfer that's not going to happen next. You have $455,000 that's not slated to go to general fund next year, correct?
Correct, though the general fund needs support as well.
So you could take.
Yeah, well, there's other issues to deal with in the general fund.
So what I just quickly did is, okay, if we're assuming that there's, well, initially we were assuming to fund all these capital projects, right? With a combination of golf capital fund and essentially pay-go out of the operating revenues. So we won't need to use any of the operating revenues if we were to delete the ninth hole irrigation pond. So all 550 would be added to that other 555. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so at that point, then the position would be in excess of $1.1 million roughly.
Correct.
So what I'm hearing is from Dan is you would take 289,000 rough, and I'm just going to round figures for purposes of discussion, 289,000 interfund transfer to the pool fund. That eliminates the need for a special purpose millage rate increase. It addresses at least the operating issue in the pool in 2026. He's not necessarily moving forward beyond that.
Reoccurring
okay?
or anything like that.
You could do 455 to the general fund, which is what you've been doing, right? And then you could do 225 to golf capital for future golf capital, which is consistent with what you've been doing. And then you would still have 136,000 that you could then put in the golf bond repayment fund. So you could essentially achieve all of these in some form, all of these transfers, interfund transfers out of the golf fund for 2026. And in some cases, increase, because you're putting more money into the golf bond repayment fund than the 75,000.
I mean,
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also, from a standpoint, it doesn't seem like it makes sense to do the ninth hole irrigation pond right now because we're proposing to do a new well. I don't know what that pond is losing in water, but is that well going to make up for more than the loss? We don't know. So we can check that number next year, and if it holds good, maybe that can be held off for a few years. You don't know.
So sadly, I do know, because when I was the golf liaison last year, there was a gentleman who would come to the meetings, and I'm blanking on his name, and 24 minutes are not up on the website. And he would regale me with facts about the pond. And that's why I think it's the first thing I said to you, Dan, when you became chair, was the pond liners have to be done. Now, we can disagree whether or not they have to be done, but we know that they are well past their life expectancy. I think it's 10 years past their life expectancy. When you walk or drive by them, you'll see their little plastic edges like curling up and falling down. And we know that in some years, the amount of money that we've had to pay to bring in water, it's terrible. So are we going to spend $900,000 in water next year? No, we're not. But have we spent $900,000 in water? Yeah, we definitely have. And when do you stop the bleeding?
I think most of the water bill is from the sewer, so we're eliminating that with doing the water service also.
It's definitely a big thing, but it's not, I don't know that it's most. But it's, I mean, this year, we got lucky. It was it wasn't a dry year per se.
Is it 80 of 126 is sewer, or? 80,000 of the 126 is sewer charges?
I believe so, yeah. I'm going back off
That sound
memory.
right?
It sounds reasonable, yeah.
Well, maybe, I mean, it is, then.
So, I mean, the new water service.
But I think the point that Matt's trying to say is your belt and your suspenders to your belt is the new well, right?
Sure.
And to see how the new well functions and whether it prevents the need for purchase of additional
Yeah,
domestic.
fair enough.
Yeah.
People are good with everything but pond liner number 9?
The 9th hole pond liner? Yes.
Correct.
And that to move money from the golf fund to not do the special purpose for tax increase.
That's a separate conversation, I think. Right?
I mean, we're talking, there
Yeah.
are two funds we're talking. John, get in there. You've been patiently waiting.
So on the 9th hole irrigation pond, absent the other two items, what would the payback period be on that?
I'm actually going to say it's almost more of an operational thing, right? We need the pond to store the water to draw the irrigation pump. So there's going to be a point that the pond doesn't hold any, no matter how much water you pump
Yeah.
into it, we draw more on irrigation than we actually can supply into it. You know, the spigot's on all night filling that, or all day, and then all night we draw irrigation out of it. I mean, I understand the sensitivity to it. I mean, maybe the possibility is spend a little bit of money of almost doing a feasibility of the irrigation system out there as a whole next year. Maybe that's a possibility. You know, put some money aside as a feasibility to investigate the liners of the lagoons, investigate the irrigation system as a whole. I mean, remind you that the irrigation pumps are 20 years old. You know, that they're at their useful life. The whole irrigation system,
Yeah,
wellheads.
that's going to be $3 to $5 million?
$5 million for an irrigation system out there. So maybe, maybe we do hold off on the 800,000 and spend 10 to 20,000 as a holistic approach of the whole irrigation system out there as a whole. We need the water, we need a well, we need no sewer bills, and then maybe spend some money if the board agrees and just provide a feasibility study to see what we should be doing, honestly.
Do you know how many gallons that pond would hold, roughly?
I do, not off the top of my head, though. Yeah, it's something. I can't remember.
Okay.
I know it's not enough. I mean, ideally, it should be a larger pond. They hit rock during construction, but...
Is it something we could just put in a tank to solve it? Because
No,
composite tank is not that
I
expensive.
forget what the number is, and I forget if it was at full capacity, how many days of irrigation it provides to them. I can provide that. I can send you an email, but I don't know if that.
That's a separate discussion.
Yeah.
No worries.
So, and I'm hesitant to ask or place you in that role to make decisions, but your suggestions about irrigation study make some sense. And I would concur on the new well in hole 15 and the water service for the pond, the 250. There's no reason why we shouldn't be doing that. Those pay for themselves pretty quickly. I would be open to the 9th hole irrigation pond. Eventually, we're going to have to do something around that. But if you're telling me we can get a year,
Yes, to your point, the 250,000 is a wise spend because no matter what we do with the pond, you need water put into it. Right?
Right.
We're going to need them anyway. Again, if I was sitting in your seat, I understand the sensitivity to it. Could we delay it? I mean, management of the golf course may say otherwise, but if you want to look at it holistically, and maybe we should spend a little money and just do a feasibility first to determine maybe it's not the right size, maybe it should be slightly bigger, and now's the time to do that.
Yeah.
It may make sense.
Is there space to put it in a different location that's not at the top of a hill?
so with that, I'm okay with delaying the 9th hole irrigation pond pending. Would a study be sub 50,000?
Probably. I mean, yeah. I'm just doing a guess here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have excess. You're gonna have excess money in that golf capital fund. So again, you could cost out of what a study is, and then you could.
I'll ask the question. Well, how specific do we have to be in this budget if we wanted to approve a study at some point next year? Do we have to put that in the budget this
I
year?
don't- I mean, again, I don't think you're talking about a huge cost.
No,
I think you have
and
the ability
I
to
just
come
wanna-
back and just, I mean,
It
you
would be a
might-
non-budgeted
I mean, if you're-
expense
If you're
coming out of
talking,
capital.
you know, 50,000, but you're taking it out of, you know, a dedicated fund related to the golf course, like, I don't see any issue with that.
I just want to make sure.
Then, with that, the only other thing I would suggest is that, that the funds that come out of the golf fund, we should definitely increase the bond repayment, which is a way of getting historically accurate. And then any residual should go to the general fund. But again, that's just my general perspective.
Did you have any take on the use of the golf monies for the pool millage? Or what I'm referring to as the pool millage? I should say.
Well, this gets into sort of long-term accounting questions. I think the golf fund, people misunderstand the subsidies the taxpayers have been paying to the golf fund for multiple years. And, you know, the golf repayment isn't going to necessarily cover all that on an interest or inflation adjusted basis. But it's very hard for me to parse out the exact accounting of this. Even if I had, there's a sum or a number of assumptions. I can't give you that number. So, you know, I'm not shifting this excess here to cover the pool. I don't know, I'd rather be upfront and say, hey, the pool needs some help. We're going to, you know, taxpayers will subsidize it for a little while. I don't have a problem with that. I'm okay with, I would have been okay if we had had the opportunity to say, hey, we have an issue with the golf. This is, say, 10 years ago. We should raise a millage for that and be honest with it. That's my perspective. Because I'd rather be in a situation where we're not constantly arguing this question. Let's be upfront about where things are. I just don't have a problem with telling the absolute truth and as to where things are. And it gets harder to analyze cross subsidies if you're talking multiple years. And people don't understand. So when I try to explain stuff to people with the pool, or pardon me, with the golf course, their eyes glaze over. So, you know, I have a few standard things I will say, namely blaming Tiger Woods for the Elin Nordegren thing. Ruined golf for many years, cost us a lot of money. That's a joke for those in the background. But some of it is you're in a difficult circumstance by the use of eminent domain. You've got to work your way through that, and that's what we've been doing.
So are we at, Dave, do you think you have direction, or do you want me to go down the line again?
The only direction that we don't seemingly have consensus on at this point has to do with the interfund transfers coming out of the golf fund, and whether a portion is going to be going to pool fund versus the other sort of constituent funds.
Is there another page, like if we have other decision points, can we make
Fair
those and then
enough.
come back?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Some of us have to be on a train tomorrow morning at 6.
So the next couple, so Special Projects Fund, again, there's capital requests. Chief talked about handgun replacement and ammunition. Again, those are going to be privately funded using restricted donations through the LMT Community Foundation Fund. The Taylorsville Roads Curb and Sidewalk or Drainage Improvement Project, again, estimated cost at about $2.5 million. As we said, that would be dependent on the receipt of external funding. We talked about stormwater pollution reduction plan project design. The budget contemplates using $500,000 of the remaining 2016 general obligation bond proceeds. And then we also talked about the closeout of some of the, I'll say, legacy traffic signal improvement projects, and the potential of taking just $150,000 as a general placeholder, again, using the 2016 general obligation bond proceeds to serve as a potential match. We're looking at a potential Green Light Go application to improve some intersections there or within the township. This is very, very small. I sent this to you via email, but this is just showing the 2016 general obligation bond proceeds, what's anticipated to be the year-end fund balance as of December 31st of 2025, which is about $1.8 million. There's $400,000 that's contemplated for Big Oak and Makefield intersection. That's a capital project that's rolling over into 2026. $180,000 for Phase 2 of Woodside Road multi-use trail. Again, that's sort of that's a placeholder that has to be priced out. Woodside Road and Taylorsville Road trail crossing, $250,000. I just mentioned the $500,000 for the pollution reduction plan, and then the $150,000 for the Green Light Go funding program application. So if all that bared out, and all these were accurate sort of estimates based on execution of these projects, you'd still have about $330,000 of excess, or of remaining, I shouldn't say excess, of remaining 2016 general obligation bond proceeds. Part of the reason for this exercise is to say you have money on hand to fund these special projects in 2026. The only thing I would note is that your special project funding is again dependent at this point on remaining proceeds in your 16 general obligation issuance, and you're going to, you're going to have $330,000 left. So again, when we're talking about funding capital improvements moving forward, not necessarily for 2026, but for subsequent years, we're going to have to think about how we're doing that. So I'll back up, and if there's any problems with any of these projects in Special Projects Fund. Any concern with any of these things?
The first one is paid for.
It's paid for, private
The second
donation.
one is contingent upon a grant that'll pay for it. And the last two are from the 2016 bond fund, so they've been allocated for.
Correct, yeah.
Theirs. I personally don't. Does anyone on the board have any issue? Okay.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Okay. Liquid fuels, again, no issues in the liquid fuels account. This just notes 2025 year-end fund balance. We're really focused on sort of the equipment purchase side of things. Is $337,000. The 2026 allocation that we're expecting in the liquid fuels fund is $980,000. 20% of the current year allocation is available for equipment purchase, which equals the $196,000. So in 2026, we'll have $533,000 of available funds for equipment purchase. The next bullets to show there's some committed capital purchases, things that were improved in 25 that haven't been paid for, and then the proposed purchase of a large dump truck at $320,000, again being funded through liquid fuels, all within the available equipment purchase allotment that we have available in 2026. So I don't know if there's, really the question is the large dump truck, whether to proceed with the purchase. And I don't know if you have any other thing you want to say about the dump truck beyond what you've previously said. How old is the replacing?
Oh, man, 2009. 2009.
Yeah, it's past its
Okay.
usable life.
So we're good. Road machinery fund, again, this is funded through a special purpose millage rate, so I'm just noting here no increase proposed in the special purpose millage rate. And then there's three capital purchases that are contemplated: a wood chipper at $78,000, crew cab with utility and plow to be financed over 5 years at a cost of $14,700 for 2026. And then same thing with the crew cab plow, 5 years financed at $12,009 as a cost for 2026.
Just and if you tell me to say to chip wood, I'm going to yell at you. What are we using the wood chipper for?
So the wood chipper is used for storm response, right? So when, yeah, we chip wood. No.
How much wood?
Okay, wood chip. It's more storm response and parks. So, when we get trees down in the middle of the night or something like that, it's easier to grab that and we're chipping them right away. Or when the trees fall down in the parks, we chip them, we chip mulch into the, wood lines, or, honestly, sometimes the golf course uses it when they have trees down. So we do use it through multiple departments between Parks and Rec, Public Works for storm response, and the golf course actually does farm.
I know you leverage private tree removal companies, and a lot of them have their own chippas as well. All these New England words.
New England accent. Yeah.
How much does it cost us to leverage them and use their?
It would probably be at least $1,200 to $1,500 a day to rent a wood chipper.
Yeah.
And they probably use.
Yeah, and I'm all for renting. I'm all for renting equipment. The thing is, when I know it sounds weird, you need that tool in an emergency, right? When it's 2 a.m, I can't go rent a machine, right? Or again, we do rely on contractors a lot for tree work. Probably between Parks and Rec and Public Works, we spend north of $200,000 in tree contractors. But again, we have a wood chipper, we're replacing it because it's becoming almost unreliable when needed in that emergency situation. It's becoming, it's at that age, it's 1995. Again, we tried to use it, again, we blew a couple hydraulic lines on it, so you're down, your crew was set up for that day, so it just becomes inefficient for labor.
It's just a question.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I would love to rent machines, but stuff like that, you become almost inefficient, when it's a storm response.
Where do we store that thing?
The one that we have is outdoors because I need more indoor storage.
Me too. So something we gotta look for. Okay, I got no issue. Anyone else?
No.
That's what it is. Yeah. I've used that size before. I was curious if it was any different.
Get back to tub grinder conversations. Continue.
It's $1,700 to rent a wood chipper, if anybody was wondering.
Wood chipper, yeah.
Okay. The next fund is this hydrant fund. Again, we talked about this when we were talking about the operating budget. There is an operating deficit there. There is the budget does contemplate a small special purpose millage rate increase. Current rate is 0.33 mils. The budget contemplated increase to 0.373 mils. Taxpayer impact equals $1.87 additional, assuming an average residential assessment of 43.6, and that's necessary just to fund the increased cost associated with hydrant service.
What led to the increased costs?
Just over time, not keeping pace with cost of service and not adjusting the hydrant fund. So we've been dipping into fund balance essentially, and we've gotten to a point where there's no excess fund balance in order to continue to be able to dip into.
Okay. Any next?
Okay. Garden reflection, we talked about this earlier. Again, it's contingent upon funding. It'd be money in, money out. So nothing I don't think of note there. Roadway Improvement Fund, no, we're not proposing any increase in special purpose millage rate for that. The budget contemplates continued investment of $2 million in the roadway system in 2026, and it's anticipating approximately 6 miles of roadway. In terms of the roads that you have those selected at this point?
Not yet, no. You can see there's a lot of red on the map, so it's a hard choice. We have about 31 miles that are sub PCI of 50. To give you perspective, there's 31 miles of road probably need to be done in the next 2 years. So obviously, $2 million is a great, we're chewing away at it, but we're at that pace. Anyone could tell you're never going to get caught up, just so it's out in the open. But it's good. They need to be done. I don't have the exact roads, but that'll be forthcoming.
All right, so that's the end of the.
So on this one, would this be the most we've ever spent on roads?
2022, prior to me, the board.
With a 3-year bump thing, yes. But on an average basis, this is.
Last year we did 2025 we did 2 million, so we're doing the same thing over.
Okay. And you've got 30 miles in 3 years, you said?
So just looking at Violytics, there's 30 miles that are rated under 50.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I'm always up for spending more on roads and even raising taxes to do that, because if you blow out a tire, it costs more than your property taxes for the year. So just to prepare people that, while today we might not increase that budget, though I would like to, we should plan for that in the future.
Expensive tire.
Huh?
It's expensive tire. The nice cars.
Well, if you crack a rim,
But
I
just
get 'em
I just replaced all my
yeah.
cars. I get it.
Yeah, my tires are 350 maybe, like
Sounds about
for the speed rating, yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And you crack a rim, you get welded, it's still like $1,000.
We good on this? No?
I'd like more, but yeah.
All right, so now we're back to the, again, I think the only remaining thing that we have, so in terms of changes, we eliminated Kids Kingdom design, we removed the Olympic pool heater, we removed the 9th hole irrigation pond. Initially, there was support for, or at least at this point, there's support for a .53 mil increase in special purpose park and rec for purposes of the pool. But I think we need to work through the interfund transfers out of the golf fund. So there's about if we remove that 550 that was contemplated to be pay-go, that's no longer needed to there's about $1.1 million. So again, it's up to you how you want to, whether you want to address the pool fund or not.
I would propose using money from the golf fund to not raise taxes for the pool. And to be transparent, that's what we're doing, not to be like we're just moving it around. Like, we all acknowledge that's what we're doing, but I'd rather use money that we have than to raise people's taxes.
I would do the opposite. I would keep the 5.3 to increase specifically for the pool and not touch any golf funds to go towards the pool.
All right.
All right, can I ask a question? We contemplated 500,000 coming from Golf Capital. So since we're not doing the 800,000, are we completely taking that away? Just want to make sure.
I mean, what I was
Or are we just gonna do
contemplating is
250,000?
that the 550 that was coming out of the operating budget, the golf fund operating budget, you wouldn't need that. So that would be, you would have excess operating revenues. So, and then the remaining 250, which would be
Correct.
the pond, or I'm sorry, the dedicated irrigation line, and then the new well, that would come out of the golf bond, or, I'm sorry, the
Golf Capital.
The golf
Okay,
capital
so we
fund.
would reduce the 500,000 to 250 coming in from capital.
Correct.
Correct.
100 and 150, yeah. Yep.
Just making sure.
Yeah. So, for me, I'm
So I think that pool fund issue is really, that'll
Yeah.
dictate what you have. I mean, I would probably recommend that, well, you could continue the 455 in the general fund,
we need it, don't
which you need it.
we? Need it,
Right.
yeah.
You could increase that if you chose to do so, but at a minimum, maintaining status quo at 455 in general fund. You could put $225,000 back in golf capital. It's sort of like a in and out kind of thing, but you're at least putting some money back for capital projects at the golf course. You could, again, if you wanted to, pull that 289 to the pool fund, and then you could take what was 75,000 and for golf bond repayment, and you could increase that to 136,219, and that gets you then you're.
And just, I'm not even being a wise ass here, but golf is a park and rec function, correct?
Sure.
So golf, a park and rec function, funding the park and rec fund is not a big jump.
I love your creativity.
I'm not being that creative.
Well, I mean, it's one income producing success offsetting another failure, essentially, right? Like, we cannot figure out how to make the pool work without giving it something from somewhere else. That's just
That I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah, that's the
on that,
frustration of
right?
it.
And I think this year is an experimental year, as I think I've said before, and we've talked about separately, to really understand what's next. And that's the frustrating part, I think, for all of us probably, on some of these items that we've inherited and trying to bang away at for the last several years to try and figure out how to make certain things work. And we're at that tipping point.
And to be clear, when I say failure, it's not a community failure, it's a financial failure. I mean, there's a difference. There's an intangible value that brings
It's like,
having a community pool, right?
Yeah, more, yeah.
So there is value
Especially if
there.
we can increase the use of the pool, because
Correct.
it's fallen off.
Yeah.
1105.
I mean, I am hopeful that the community, somebody's watching, right? And there's going to be a groundswell at Kids Kingdom to get that going, just like when it was originally built. And perhaps that groundswell will spread to that whole area, right? We know we need investment in the library that's not us. We know we're doing rehab on the courts back there. And wouldn't it be great if, we start to get more interest in the pool and more feedback from people as to, hey, this is what I'd like to see at the pool. But
No, yeah, 289.
I do think, it's difficult for me to make decisions today that bind you guys next year. I'm struggling with that. I know that's my role, so I will do it, but I am struggling with that.
Appreciate that. So, I know you guys were doing some math there.
Excuse me. I just wanted to make sure my numbers were correct and were matching hers, but they are. So, again, you would have excess operating revenues in the golf fund of 1.1, I'll just say for 1.1 million. It's a little bit over that. And then we could talk about what you want to do in terms of interfund transfers. But if you did 289 to pool fund, 455 to general fund, which is consistent with your 2025 general fund transfer, 225 to golf capital, which is consistent with your 2025 golf capital transfer, and then 136,219 to golf bond repayment, which is greater than what you transferred in 2025, which was 75,000. So I think the only wild card is that what you're doing in terms of pool fund. And then that would potentially impact the other interfund transfers, or the ability to do interfund transfers.
Do you want me to just go down the line, see where people are? I mean, it's late.
Yeah.
So I'll just go down the line, because that's our last item?
It is, and then at that point, then I could
yeah.
go through all the changes, and it would be authorized advertisements subject to these changes, so.
Okay. So, all right.
Keep the 5.3 millage increase for the pool specifically.
You want to keep it?
Yes, please.
John? Keep it. All right, I'm a no, hard no on that.
I would be a no also.
Dun, dun, dun.
What happens if I punt?
Should have gone the other way.
Yeah.
Well, we're waiting.
Dave, if I say that I will back away from the park and rec fee, can we guarantee that this money that we're transferring will be spent at the pool?
Of course.
Right, short of.
It's going to have to, yes.
It has to.
I understand that, but I've seen budgets before where things are on the budgets and then they don't happen and stuff,
Yeah,
so
I
I
mean,
just,
it would have to.
If there's any choice in the matter, to be honest with you.
I say it louder so that they can get it down on the
Well,
stenographer.
and I'll throw in, we will, because my coworkers say I use this too much, but we will bird dog that RFP as well for the bathrooms.
Why? Shushy. All right, do the right thing by the pool.
Okay.
No to the tax increase for Park and Rec.
Boo hiss.
Okay, so that,
So do you want to summarize?
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure, so if that's that, are we comfortable with 455 to the general fund, which is consistent with the,
I think we have, any, you want me to go down the line
I mean,
again?
just to make sure, I just want.
Is there any reason not
400,
to?
450.
I don't see.
No, I mean, other than it's coming out of one fund to support another fund, but that's, I think we've overcome that issue.
So you're saying here we go. So you're saying the 450 is coming out of the golf fund to the general fund, and then the general fund is going to put it in the pool fund?
No. There's
No.
going to be a direct interfund transfer from golf to pool.
Okay.
In the amount of 289, 240, 279.
Okay.
There would be another interfund transfer from golf to general fund, 455,000, which is consistent with what you did in 2025.
Okay.
225 to golf capital, so some money going for set aside to.
Got ya.
Which is consistent with what you've done, and then 136,219 to golf bond repayment, which is, again, intended, it doesn't have an intended purpose at this point.
Well, I am glad that the golf course is profitable in order for us to be able to make
1.1 million.
this transfer, right?
2 mils.
We should all be very happy that the golf course has this money to save the pool.
Yeah. And I'm happy you called me a Buddhist.
Buddhist.
No, Buddhist.
So those other ones, is everybody in
The
it?
455, I think we have consensus on that, because that's been a stated policy
Yes.
for a while.
225 to golf capital,
Yes.
which again is consistent.
Yeah,
And then the remaining, which is 136,219, would go to golf bond repayment.
a slight bump, but.
There's a slight
going
bump.
To your point, it's more historically accurate, let's say.
So that's.
So we're raising taxes to save the hydrants?
Point oh.
By .473, I guess, right? Or
The
no, not
average of
point. no.
$1.83.
It's a dollar, yeah.
Yeah, it's $1.
Sorry.
And we like our fire hydrants here in Lower Makefield Township.
They were pretty beat up there for a while.
So-
So what do we need now?
So.
We need a motion, but it's,
Are
how are you going to do this?
Yeah, I mean, I can read this out if it would, so you need a motion, so it would be a motion to authorize advertisement of the proposed 2026 fiscal budget, subject to the following amendments. Eliminate Kids Kingdom design, remove Olympic pool heaters, or heater, I'm sorry. Actually, it was heaters, there were two, I think, that were contemplated. Remove the 9th hole irrigation pond, and then revise the document to reflect interfund transfers from the golf fund, 289, 279 to the pool fund, 455,000 to the general fund, 225,000 to the golf capital fund or capital reserve, and then 136,219 to golf bond repayment.
One thing, you said we're doing one heater, correct? The baby pool heater?
It was already in there, so I didn't.
He's not,
Right,
he's just saying
the
things.
baby
that are
pool was
getting
already in there?
Okay.
These are changes.
Okay, you're
These are
just, all right, no
changes.
problem, sorry.
No, good question, though.
So moved.
Does this include the stormwater fee in the budget?
Nope.
It doesn't levy it, no. So right now, there's no interfund transfer contemplated. To the extent that you do that, there would be additional savings for the general fund.
Yeah, so good question, John. At what point do we need to make that decision for 26? Could we do it tonight and say it's going to happen with the details TBD based on what these guys, HRG's doing, or do we have to wait for a future meeting this year?
I don't think so. I don't think you have enough detail.
Okay. Yeah.
But if
Again,
we
you just
levied it
instructed-
the next meeting, it could provide value for next year. You're not pushing it a whole year, are you?
Not contemplate, yeah, no, it would provide, to the extent that you levy for 2026, it would create value for the general fund and the general fund and, more importantly, the stormwater
Well,
fund.
and
to
the
be
next
able to-
question,
yeah.
I think we're probably both thinking, or I have anyway, does that at all affect how we advertise the budget? If we levy a fee after we advertise?
Can we ask that again?
So if we,
If they establish a utility rate outside of the budget process.
outside the
I
budget.
don't,
So like right now, we're about to vote to advertise the budget as Dave just summarized and Matt just made the motion on
For 2026.
for 2026. However, we have not finalized the details of the stormwater utility fee that we're also contemplating for 2026. So if we're advertising that budget, does the stormwater utility fee then have to, could we still do that after we advertise the budget? And
Good question.
I would think you would. I don't,
I'm
Right.
leaning towards that way, that, yes.
because
should be
you would
able
have
to-
that prerogative at any point. You could.
Yeah.
In abundance of caution, right, that should be included in the budget, whatever the placeholder amount.
As a placeholder.
Right, so that everybody knows that that's in the budget, and if it fails, right,
You can do
that gets taken out,
It's
right?
taken out, so it can be a placeholder with a TBD for the most part.
So
So
you,
wait a minute,
unfunded
so,
placeholder at this point?
look, I'm not prepared tonight to decide on that. You saw how you just tortured me a minute ago. So I would be voting for a budget that assumes there'd be a stormwater fee? I'm not
Yes.
comfortable with that.
It would.
I mean, that's not what we've discussed.
It assumes there would be an interfund transfer from a stormwater utility
Some
fund to
stormwater
the,
utility
to the general fund in the
to the
amount of
general fund.
283,000.
I mean, is that, where was that? Get another slide up there.
but we had HRG talk about that.
Yes, and he's going to go do some more math, and he's going to give us direction, and
Yeah. So to your point about the slide, it was on the very first summary sliders, one of the first couple.
Yeah,
That's why I'm asking the question, since we
what
haven't,
number did you put in there?
280,
283. It's on the,
Because you magically knew what
no, that's based on existing, that's based on existing,
that's what they've been modeling since they
Expense, what
started
they've been
doing this, is
modeling.
that number.
so it's a portion of my wage, portion of Derek's wage, portion of Mega's wage. Was that it? Not on the, for existing public works?
So from a process perspective, we'd have, if we were to, we'd have to include that as an unfunded line item in the budget. But before it's ever executed, we'll have to vote on the actual implementation, up or down.
Yes, you will.
So is that our belt and suspenders safety net against, if
Yes, you're not going to be able to just slide it in
Just
there.
do
You
it,
will have
yeah.
to, you will have to vote on it.
I get it.
and the reason why I'm suggesting that is you don't want a circumstance where someone determines that that's a material change in the budget, and you'd have to reopen it
Yeah.
or have a secondary meeting right thereafter.
Right, so put it in as a placeholder, as a line item.
Right,
With the-
subject to the approval, right.
Correct.
Just much in the way we do the fee structure, right? We didn't give our list of fees tonight, because there'll be a fee schedule.
Still working on it.
Yeah, but there'll be inflation adjusted, or what have you, but we have an estimate in the budget, so then we should do that as well here. I think I have to make an amendment because there is a motion on the floor for that, so is that accept?
hasn't been
It hasn't been
seconded yet.
seconded.
Oh, okay.
Matt made it.
Who's the ma, okay.
Matt did.
So
You wanna
before it's
amend it?
seconded,
I'll unmove my so moved.
okay. So we okay with moving it with the revision of including the stormwater management fee for the purpose of transparency in the budget?
So moved.
Okay, second.
All right, any other board comment or question?
So just so that there's clarity, I found what you were looking for, Derek. So it contemplates I don't know if you wanted this detail, but the 283 was made up of 10% of Mega and myself, just as sort of the administrative and financial management overhead. 20% of Derek and Susan, who's the admin in the Public Works Department. 15% of existing Public Works staff. And the basin maintenance, the part-time basin maintenance folks. So that's how we
That sounds
arrived
about
at the 283.
So we have a motion, a second, any we've had a lot of conversation, but one last time for the board. Any public comment? You know the drill, but please state your name and whether or not you're township.
I'm Lori Gray. I am a Lower Makefield Township resident. I'm not sure what the appropriate time is for me to ask for this, but what I would like is a summary of all the I guess they've not been approved yet, so I guess once they're approved, a summary tonight of all of the additional special fees, increases to the taxpayer, whether it's the stormwater management fee, the increase to the millage, the road, the hydrant, increase, whatever it is, if we could just summarize before we leave tonight what all of those will be.
So in the.
Understanding that the stormwater management fee hasn't yet been approved, but.
So the two that would go up was, the general millage would go from 13.88 to 14, so.
It doesn't contemplate that, no. It doesn't. I said that as an option, but.
Oh, okay, all right, so, yeah, so
it's-
basically.
it's
the
only
high-
the
I was like, I just want to make sure, when I communicate this out, I want to make sure I'm communicating it accurately, so.
It's
just
the
the
hydrant
hydrant.
fund, which is approximately
It's the-
$1.87, yeah.
The $1.87, okay, and then the, more than likely the stormwater management fee, although we haven't yet approved that yet, but for sake of conversation and transparency, as we've been talking about, that's going to more than likely go through. I don't know why.
High probability.
Pardon?
It's a high probability.
Very good, high probability, I like that, yeah, okay, great. So only the $1.87 in the hydrant fund, and then the stormwater management fee yet to be determined what the cost structure is going to be for that. Okay, great, thank you.
And what we're doing right now is voting to advertise the budget, so it'll be publicly available. That's what we do. Yeah, that's the process.
Right,
And then
right.
we don't actually approve the budget until our second meeting in December. Correct. So,
It's just a lot for people to go through, so I know they're going to
Oh,
come to me with the questions, so I just want to make sure I have the
understood?
correct answers, that's all.
Thank you for being a resource to people that have
Sure.
questions.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anyone online or on the? All right, with that, I will call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, now, moving, Mr. Manager, there's nothing else for you to report?
No, nothing else, no.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Derek, you get frequent
next item?
flyer miles
Derek,
for
how-
staying
how,
here.
Next up is item number 12, Public Works.
So moved,
We've got
so
a couple
moved.
change orders.
Good morning soon, right?
Payment applications. Let's see if we can beat midnight here. We're getting close. Go for it, Jay.
Okay, before you this evening, item 12A, Highland Drive Drainage Improvement Project. We have two items. Consider change order one for additional stream bank clearing and armoring at a total cost of $31,078. And also the consider of change order number two regarding the proposed modifications to the pavement restorations details at an additional cost of $16,767.30.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the Highland Drive Drainage Improvement Project.
Good with one motion for two?
I gotta do
Stop you. Okay, good. Go for it.
for change order one and change order two.
Second.
All right. Any board comment or question?
I think we already approved it internally.
One of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're good? Okay. Make sure they're not there at 5 a.m. anymore. Any public comment or question? Hearing none, call to question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Item 12B is more of just a general update regarding the 2025 road paving program. Just so the board is aware and the public's aware, we're working with Pannoni, our engineering firm, and the contractor, which was Harris Paving. There are some, unfortunately, the last road that we paved was Edgewood. There are some deficiencies with Edgewood Road that we're working through with the contractor and our engineer now, and they're actually getting the asphalt manufacturer involved. So just so the board's aware, there is some rideability issues, and we are working on remediating them with the contractor. Other than that, the other two items, there was a small.
Just timing-wise, that'll likely Push into 20, in the spring? Okay.
Any kind of remediation due to weather would be in the spring, correct.
Who is the contractor on that one?
Harrison Sun
Harris,
Paving.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then there was a small section of South Esther that was contemplated in the contract in 2025. We were going to remove that from the contract just due to weather. So we're actually going to remove that from their scope of work as a change order in the future. And I know the board previously approved the change order for the bike path along roll-offs within that contract. We're also going to remove that from their scope of work via deduct change order and roll that into the next contractor for 2026 just due to timing. Just so the board's aware of those items that are out there.
Thank you. Item C?
Item C is the Cardinal Drive Pickleball Court project. There's 3 payment applications if all together would be acceptable. It's consider payment application number 3 in the amount of $78,719.48. Consider payment application number 4, change order, which was also change order 1 that was previously authorized in the amount of $8,827.87. And consider payment application 5, which was change order 2, previously approved, in the amount of $48,816.16.
Anyone want to make a motion?
Second.
Get a motion and a second. One question for you, Derek. You're satisfied with all the work that's been done? You ready to pay
Everything's,
'em?
and just as a general project update too, while we're on it, the contractor's been great. All the asphalt is done, the fencing is done. The only thing now, we just need spring weather to do the acrylic sealer. So we're in a good spot for winter, and then the contractor will be returning in the spring to do the acrylic surfacing.
Monica, you're happy?
Yes.
Awesome.
Happy. A blink.
Monica said yes to.
In general.
Any,
Yeah, you asked Monica.
Oh, I can't
You said
hear. I'm
yes.
done.
You said yes.
Any other board comment or question? No. Any public comment or question on this one? No one online? I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. I think we're moving on to anything else, Derek, that we've sat there enough? Okay. Madam Solicitor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many hours ago, the supervisors present this evening met in executive session to discuss issues related to employment, litigation matter, and real estate. The only report I have is in your packet was you received a deed of easement and extinguishment of an existing easement by and between the Township, Lower Makefield Farmland Preservation, and Pennsylvania American Water Company. And we are asking for your authorization to execute the same and move this along to Pennsylvania American Water Company for their signature.
Motion? Anyone?
So moved.
Second.
Any board comment or question? Okay. Any public comment or question?
So all it's doing, just to make sure you understand, sorry, is it's extinguishing an unused sanitary, in terms of our role.
Yeah.
It's extinguishing an unused sanitary sewer easement on the property.
Yeah, understood.
Perfect.
Who ends up recording that?
We will.
Okay.
We will, yes. We will ask, we'll have the township sign farmland preservation and then ask Pennsylvania American to send it back to us for recordation.
Thank you. We're not always the best at that part of it, so.
About putting the final touches to it, absolutely, we will do that.
Yeah, pre-23, weren't the best at that. Sorry. I'm a stickler on that one, trust me. That's
We will make sure it's recorded.
Gotten burned too many times on that,
Yeah,
right?
so we have board,
No.
we have motion second, board comment, no public comment, no one online. Call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Supervisor reports. The only one, the Planning Commission, 2 things that our board will have to deal with at some point, I think. There was a special exception matter for a home in the floodway on River Road that the Planning Commission recommended for approval to the Zoning Hearing Board. I'm not sure when that'll be on the Zoning Hearing Board, but this board will likely have to address whether or not, how we want participation. And also, MMA presented their Act 537 plan to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission's recommendation, which we may formally get, but I'll summarize, is that they recommended that the board have our engineer review the feasibility study and any design information that we can prior to making any sort of decision on the 537 plan. That's all I have. Supervisor Lewis.
EAC met last week and reviewed their very successful event on single-use plastics and their plans for upcoming recycling events.
All right, Supervisor Ross.
No report.
All right, Supervisor McCartney.
Nothing to report.
Nice, Supervisor Blundy.
The only thing I have to report is that Alliant will be flying out of Trenton Mercer going forward, so we now have 2 carriers there. I'm sure, Allegiant, thank you. I would have gotten it right 4 hours ago. So something else that the airport review will be discussing.
Interesting. Thank you. No, okay, that's it for supervisor reports. Other business tonight. Our township manager has, I think we've previously discussed this on some level, but he's progressed his recommendation for what is termed here as boards and commissions reorganization, but it's really our plan moving forward for how to address our multitude of boards and committees, and I think even tonight we talked about adding a new one for our study there. So, it's getting late, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anything to summarize here from your?
I mean, the memo is fundamentally similar to what was previously presented to the Board of Supervisors. There has been, some additional discussion, particularly in light of the potential recommendation considering combining the Historical and Architectural Review Board and the Historical Commission into a single body, which is titled in the memo, Historical and Architectural Review Commission. I just simply noted that the discussions that have been taking place thus far are reflective or relate to continued maintenance of continued certification through the Pennsylvania State Historic Preservation Office's certified local government program. So the memo has been just sort of modified at this point to reflect sort of that caveat associated with that potential action. Beyond that, the only other change I made was I eliminated reference to the sewer authority because that was properly disbanded through the Department of State. So I guess at this point, just looking for some additional board direction in terms of how you want to proceed with recommendations or potential actions.
I think one of the recommendations we got from one of the committees was actually because they've now completed their assigned task would be to sunset the Patterson Farm Committee at this point too, right?
That was discussed at one of the members, I believe, at a Patterson Farm Master Plan Implementation Committee did point out that some of the initial charges that were placed on that committee have been essentially satisfied at this point.
That's what I understood their recommendation.
So I don't know if that was a board body recommendation or not.
Okay.
But there was discussion about that occurred post the original version of the memo that was provided to the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chair, I move that we instruct the township manager to begin the process of drafting the enabling ordinances to impact his or affect his recommendation.
Second.
From a board, so does your what I'm looking at in the memo right now, it doesn't sunset the Patterson Farm Committee yet.
It does not, just because, again, that was something that was raised, post the initial discussion.
Would you add that to your motion? Because that board's recommending that, but it didn't make it into his memo because his memo predated.
The board, that's not my memory. That the board recommended. So I think a member said that.
I think a member raised.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Do you know what they want to do? Or do you have a recommendation based on your interaction with them, I guess?
They don't, that might be one of the members. I don't know if it's every one of the members, but they did do a great job putting together the master plan. And we are implementing it, so I don't really know if how much that's really more.
Okay. So I would, is there an interest in doing that now or holding?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, the board specifically discussed it at the meeting, and the board, although one member did say, is it time for us to end? I think it was rhetorical, but maybe I'm dramatic. The rest of the board specifically, I remember Joe saying, no, we have National Historic Registration work that still is ongoing, so Ron said no, they plan on meeting.
And what are they doing?
Well, I mean, that might be a different conversation, right? If you're saying
Yeah.
that you or the board this board wants to get rid of them, that's one thing, but they did not say
Okay.
it's
No,
time for us to
that's
end.
fair to say. I get what you're saying. My thought, based on what I was hearing from them, and some of the conversations I had, is that the current layout of the board, not layout, but the current charter of the board may have run its course, and we would reconstitute it in a different way once we move on with implementation, versus what the current charter, I guess, is how I understood what they were talking about. But if it's too soon, it's too soon.
I would say it's probably too soon.
Okay, that's fair.
just Given we haven't.
I just wanted, because I was unclear on that one. And then relative to the one, I know we've talked about the sort of, the one that I keep following on is the sort of the utility review committee, just between PICO and PA Water and Aqua and everything else, just keeping an eye on them, since electricity reliability is kind of fallen off to the side. They've actually recommended that they be, something new happens there, so I'm in favor of that. And then the one, Dave, that you were talking about with respect to Harbin Historical Commission, kind of relates to what I said earlier about that study that we're going to be doing, where we want their input on other stuff. I know when I was liaison back in 21, 22, Harb was really busy. There was a lot going on, and we met all the time, and they had great input into a lot of things. At that point, Historical Commission it was actually the reverse of what's going on now, I think. Historical Commission barely ever had quorum to meet on anything. It was more just hanging out and have a conversation back in 21, 22. But they both have great resources, and a lot of them overlap. So what I think we mostly do this is we'd have both committees, and there's a lot of overlap in terms of, interests and potentially what they were looking at. But Harb was so focused on the one neighborhood, because that's what they were there for by ordinance, and the Historical Commission was doing other stuff. Whereas I think they'd have to rely on the liaison to communicate between the two to try and integrate stuff. So those 2 years in a row I was liaison, I was constantly talking to all of them, but there was never a chance for them to sit down together in a public meeting, follow the Sunshine Act rules and all that stuff, and combine forces and really do a good job. So I would be in favor of combining them in a meaningful way that still covered the CLG requirements, which I know we're well aware of, and so that we could take advantage of both what I call the Harb architects. I know they do more than that, but take advantage of their technical skills combined with the advocacy and their technical skills certifications that Historical Commission members have, so that we have a larger historical group that can cover more ground, and that we can leverage with one meeting instead of having liaisons trying to cover both and things getting lost. That's my personal preference. I don't know what anyone else thinks.
Yeah, the only other change that I forgot to make mention of is initially there was the memo did reference something about like a friends group of Slate Hill Cemetery. There was some feedback around that. I took it out of the memo. I mean, again, that can continue to be discussed if there's a necessity. There was some concern with over formalizing the group may cause some members to not like the formality of that. But again, we can talk through
One
that.
thing we have to be careful of is that these are formal groups set up by statute that are subject to the Sunshine Law, that we need to...
Correct. No, I understand.
And I'm not speaking to this group specifically. I think historically we've had other, and I think, well, you sent out a memo earlier this year, I think, related to following the rules per relative to the ordinances, relative to resolutions, relative to the Sunshine Act, making sure all of that is followed so that nobody gets in trouble at the, and making sure the process and procedures followed. So formalizing things is also a way to protect people so that they can go forward and be successful in some of these activities. Not
Sure.
just because we want to keep a thumb on it, it's because we have to.
Yeah, no, I
we have to
understand.
make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, I think the merits of that, it was more, if the combination of the two bodies occurs, then there could be, continued conversation on that issue.
Yeah.
There's no existing group, obviously, that there's no formal group for Slate Hill Cemetery currently.
Well, they've had, the group that's been pushing it has had a lot of success, and we want to continue, we want to support that, and sometimes creating a formal group allows them to have even more success and more access to more things that they could run with. So we got a motion and a second.
Yeah.
So just on that issue
Yeah.
of combining the historics, if you would, or the historical and the historic, I thought there was some concern that we had to wait from one of the SHPO, PA, didn't we have to wait because historical gets a lot of grants?
Sure.
And one
I don't know that it's inherently counter to any requirement of CLG. I think that's why this has been revised to say, to the extent that it happens, we have to be mindful of those. So we need to make sure that the constituencies and the requirements of CLG are continue to be met. It doesn't require two separate bodies.
No, I don't know that it requires two separate bodies either. And I guess, correct me where I'm wrong, I thought HARB was limited to the historic district, the little triangle, let's say, over by Patterson Farm.
The traditional neighborhood development area, yeah.
And I thought the reason they weren't meeting is because there was nothing for them to meet about. And I know they also have a hard time maintaining membership.
So, yeah, to your point, they have, back in 21, 22, personal experience, when I was the liaison, they were meeting all the time with.
Right, because you were progressive enough to bring them into.
Well, no, we actually,
Cricket.
Cricket, yes.
Right, but they
we
had
also
nothing to do with
the
it, but for
point-
you being,
Yeah.
seeing that and leveraging them.
Yeah, to an extent, but at the same time, we also had, the point was going through that process, right? We had, the skateboard facility was going through their process.
With the terribly not historically accurate handicap accessible ramp. Yes, I remember
Potentially.
those conversations.
Yes. There was another, that we had some signage issues, and then we had the, was it the apartment, Flower Field on the corner there? And there was that restaurant. There was a lot of.
Which could happen again, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
that can,
But, so they were meeting all the time, but they can be leveraged because they don't only have to do the T&D stuff. We still have to have them around to do that stuff, but if they're not busy and they're not meeting and all, then we're not taking advantage of their skill sets, so we can use them for other things that we want to have.
well, they can go wherever they want. Like, nobody says you can only be here, right? They're not,
Well, they were initially constituted just for that neighborhood.
Right.
Until we bring them into, like Prickett, for example. But I personally would like to see them involved in more stuff. But I need,
So if we do move forward, if three beats, whatever, you're going to prepare some other writings for us to review, Dave, and then there'll be another action or whatever. I mean, I guess I won't be here for that action.
Yeah, I
but-
think we need to obviously continue to explore the ability to meet those CLG requirements, make sure that, again, we're not missing anything there. I think your point is well taken, make sure that the requirements of a harbor continue to be met. But I don't know that there's inherently any obstacle to overcome. We just need to be mindful of those requirements as we proceed forward. But if we're proceeding with this, then presumably there would be some sort of, enabling resolution or something that would outline sort of the roles and responsibilities of the entity, and so that would be brought back before the Board of Supervisors. That is correct. So it wouldn't effectuate any immediate change at this point. The bodies would continue to exist. It's just the next step in whether there's a desire of the Board of Supervisors to progress on this or not.
So then I guess the only other thing I would ask, and I've only heard this through history, so maybe I shouldn't ask it, but I will anyway. The airport review panel, I've always been told is a panel, as opposed to an actual arm of the township. It's one of the reasons why we have a Yardley Borough member on it intentionally. So could we just clarify what it is or what it's not as we move forward?
Sure, I think.
Because they would love to not be on camera. They do not like being on camera, that committee. And if they're really just like, a group of concerned citizens, maybe they don't have to be as regulated.
Yeah, I don't know the history of it, but we can look into it. Yes.
So to your point, you're essentially going through all the boards and committees, and the ones that don't, like planning commission, zoning hearing board, those don't change, right?
Right, they're
Park
not.
and Rec, EAC, those are sort of fundamental.
Correct.
And then there's some that are being sunsetted because they don't meet anymore. There's some that are potentially being combined, and we may have one or two new ones based on some of the stuff we're doing that are completely new. And when you go through those, you just kind of go through and check the boxes, make sure all the paperwork's in order, and for the ones that you get to write something.
Correct.
You write something.
Bring it back, and bring it back to you guys, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. All right.
I just didn't want to start writing things if there's not
No, yeah, I get that.
an interest in proceeding with things.
Okay. Board comment, good? Public comment? Again, rules of the road.
Yes, I know.
State your name, whether or not you're township
I've had 4
resident.
hours to think about it.
Yeah.
I'm there too.
My name is Kathy Hanville. I am a resident of Lower Makefield. I am also a member, I'm going to do the best I can, I'm a little tired, a member of 2 township commissions. I'm here to speak about the proposal to merge HARB and the Historical Commission. When I first saw this proposal, I contacted our liaison, Megan, at the State Historic Preservation Office to understand the implications. She asked me 3 straightforward questions. Was there a public process? Were the chairs and the members of both commissions consulted? And what was the stated goal of the merger? Unfortunately, the answer to all of those is no. The only clear aim seems to be reducing the number of commissions. Neither chair nor any commission members were asked for input. The item simply appeared on an agenda as a generic reorganization. The Historical Commission found out only because we routinely review the Board of Supervisors' agendas, and we then requested a meeting with the township manager so that we could understand what was happening. As stated, it's important to remember that LMT is a certified local government. This status provides funding for historic preservation, such as the Edgewood Village design guidelines and the monies that we recently used to repair the headstones at the cemetery. SHPO is currently conducting a CLG review of LMT to help us improve our practices, including concerns such as HARB not meeting the required 4 times per year. Given that this review is underway, there's no practical reason to merge the commissions right now. A more responsible approach would be to wait for the CLG review results. Use those recommendations coinciding with the 2019 Master Plan Historic Resources section, and then decide the best structure for preserving historic resources in LMT. The Historical Commission is not opposed to improving efficiency or coordination. We agree that our 1977 founding resolution is outdated and needs to be updated, and we included that as one of our 2026 goals. But before revising it, we needed clarity on whether next year's board would move forward with a demolition ordinance, since that would directly affect our responsibilities. The CLG review would also be able to guide how to modernize our ordinance. Finally, I urge the board to revisit the historical resources section of the 2019 master plan. Several goals remain unmet, including updating the historic survey, which is in progress, and pursuing National Register nominations, evaluating additional historic districts, and considering tools such as a demolition delay ordinance, a township-wide overlay district, and preservation incentives. A merger without public input or the input of both affected commissions or supporting data risks weakening historic preservation in LMT. We have opportunity to follow a transparent, informed process instead. And I would add on the same for Patterson Farm, because I think that there's a lot of reasons that those things were said that I would rather that they say it, but since I talked to Joe, I know. I think that any changes there also need to be discussed with that board or have them here to speak. Thank you.
So, just for clarity, you on, excuse me. Just for clarity, you on your own contacted a state agency about LMT policies and procedures without supervisor guidance to do so?
I talk to Megan at SHPO all the time. I mean, she's our liaison at SHPO. We talk about a lot of things.
Right, and you are not the designated CLG contact at Lower Makefield Township, so you're taking it upon yourself to address township issues.
Reprimanded, okay.
Right? Just like that's a no-no. That is not following protocol.
Okay, well, when the...
That's also, remember, you've also have tried to change membership status on multiple commissions, changing website status. We have rules and procedures for a reason.
Okay, can you show me the rules and procedures manual that we're supposed to be following?
That's your response.
It's my responsibility to write the rules of our commission to follow that you're making and telling me to follow that I'm not aware of.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair, if I could, given the advanced hour, what I would say that is this is an open process. We haven't drafted a final ordinance or anything.
Right.
So we presented to the public some options that came from our township manager. Now we're suggesting that we write an enabling ordinance for that. That would then be up for public discussion and debate as well. And we did receive input, and we were revising our recommendations accordingly, assuming that the motion passes, which it hasn't passed.
Right.
So presumably, all of this would be for naught, meaning if we say, no, we don't want to keep going with the discussion. So the reason why I make this point, and I'm hopeful that we can have a strong dialogue. This isn't fait accompli. We are listening. We are making changes, and we're open to the dialogue.
Okay.
We don't want to do anything that would jeopardize our CLG status or any of those sorts of things. We're certainly flexible about that. And I would say before, and while you may have policy disagreements with board decisions, and I fully understand why you might, or on any of those issues, I think on this case, there's nothing yet for you to disagree with formally, right? We're just talking about and considering it. That's where we're at right now. So my hope is that whatever gets drafted, you might be open-minded about and give a fair hearing to. So that would be my perspective, just in general. And I know in the advanced hour, sometimes folks, and I know it's been a long evening, so that's why I kind of suggest that and keep that in mind.
Has the historical commission, I've never heard it from the liaison or the township manager, has the historical commission, since obviously you've been aware of this for a while, ever provided any formal recommendations to the board as that's been taken up in public debate during your public meetings per Sunshine Act requirements, and then voted on, and then delivered to the board on this matter?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that question. It's probably because it's after midnight, but...
So I have never received any sort of memo from the Historical Commission or HARB or anyone else related to this. Now, when I'm aware from talking to different supervisors and supervisor candidates that individual members of the Historic Commission have been reaching out to them to advocate for positions on this specific matter. However, I am not aware, in talking to the township manager, I asked, has the Historical Commission had a public debate during public meeting where a motion was made and voted on that says these are the recommendations of the Historical Commission for purposes for this particular issue that has been delivered to the board? I haven't seen anything like that.
No, we discussed it in our last meeting at length, and no, a motion wasn't made. Our discussion ended up with, we would come and speak, because, as you said, Mr. Lewis, that before Mr. Kratzer writes the stuff, we wanted to give some feedback, and we did meet with him to give some feedback, which he listened to. He heard us the issue about Slate Hill. But we wanted to come here and also speak to the issue. We have spoken to most of you, one or the other of us, individually.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Hi, Monica Hendon. I am a resident of Lower Makefield Township. I'm not the Monica, that's been talked about a lot. I'm second Monica. Obviously, I'm also a member of the Historical Commission, and we're very passionate enough to stay here this long and keep you this long. So apologies on that. And also thank you, because tonight's been incredibly fascinating. So well done. I think the point is we don't feel like we have been involved in this conversation at all. And we realize nothing's up for vote this second, but you guys drafting things without speaking to us and Harb seems inappropriate. I'm new to government. I don't know all the bylaws. We've never received a document. So if I've done something illegal, take me away. However, we're just trying to do our best. And a lot of what has been said tonight about this makes sense to me. I get it. But we want to understand more. And so, yes, we've talked about it, but we haven't presented anything to you because nothing's been presented to us. And this isn't our topic we've brought up. It's yours. So yes, we've heard about it because we've done our research and we've asked people what's going on. And yes, we've debated, but and again, I don't know how it works, but in my opinion, if you're bringing up a change that's going to affect us, the volunteers that are putting our time into this community, it should be brought to us, and then we can give feedback. But to have you guys spend a ton of time putting something together that we look at, and yes, with an open mind, because there is a lot that makes sense of it, but then it seems just like a waste of everyone's time where we could just have a conversation early on. So I think that's the big thing. We all agree on CLG, right? That's important for anyone that's still listening. That's certified local government, which is really just a government that really gives focus and attention and credence to history, which is what we're here for. And we get money and attention and opportunities, and communities with CLG status are known for having higher property values and more vibrant communities. It's a great thing all around. So it's a bummer to me that this has become really combative. And I don't think it needs to be, and if there is something that's going on that we are proposing or going down a road and there's something wrong with it, come talk to us. That's what we need. We need some direction. And I know you guys are so busy and you're basically volunteers with putting a lot more time than we are in. So thank you. But I think we want to do the best we can for our community. And right now I feel like we're just kind of fighting through the dark, and we're not sure what's doing. And anytime we try and bring it up, it seems the onus is put back on us. And that doesn't seem right. If you're going to change us, let's talk about it before we just react to the change. I'm repeating myself, so I will table that. Thank you. That's it.
Normal process, when committees talk to the board,
yeah,
and vice versa, it goes through your liaison, and there's open channels of communication. Stuff is discussed, understood, you get feedback, liaison brings it back to us, board may talk about it, brings it back to you. It's communication, right? Basic stuff. So, when we get supervisor reports, that's often how these things are addressed. Sometimes, when there's a major issue that, like when I report on planning commission tonight, they had their planning commission meeting, they made formal motions with direction for the board to do certain things, it gets delivered back to the board. Mr. Kratzer, our solicitor, in this case me as the liaison, have to consider how we put it on the agenda, how we move things forward, right? Basic stuff. Every committee does that.
Yeah.
My frustration as the chair, when I'm trying to put things on the agenda, I don't see stuff from the historical commission where there's all these, I hear that they're calling individual supervisors. No one's ever called me. I reached out to one member of
I
your.
reached out to you, Dan.
I called one person 4 times. They never answered, right, about this issue. Literally, I got one email from Joe Camerata yesterday afternoon about this. So I called him. He didn't answer.
Okay.
Okay? But it shouldn't be me going to you guys because you're not my committee.
No.
Right?
Agreed.
So if you have something, just general, and this is for any committee, not just you guys, but should be going through your liaison to make sure that information gets to us. Or if that isn't working, make sure that township manager gets something to provide to the board so that we can digest stuff ahead of time.
Noted. My concern is information coming to us, because we're not getting any information about this. And anything we know is because we've had to search it out. So I think that's the bigger thing. And I'm not pointing fingers or naming names, and I'm not angry about it. I'm just trying to explain why we're nervous and worried, because we don't completely understand and we don't feel like we're part of this conversation at all. And if we are an active commission, as you guys believe we are, I feel like we could be helpful in forming some decisions. That's all. And I think that's a basic, I mean, right? You should want volunteers that want to do that.
Yeah, but we're also looking at 15 or 20 other commissions.
Absolutely.
And they've had the same level of communication back and forth, and they seem okay. So
That's fine.
yeah,
But just talk to us. Just tell us the plan. Let us help be a part of figuring it out. You guys make the final decision. I mean, we can't do that, but we'd love to help, since it's about what we're doing. And the problem is we're all volunteers. And so if it's handled incorrectly, I'm nervous we're going to lose a great team. And that really worries me, because we have something really special right now that doesn't last forever, so I feel like we could get so much done right now. I have other ideas that are positive with merging. I get it. Why shouldn't we take on more? Because we're doing a lot. But that's also scary, but great. But either way, it's too late to go into that. But just talk to us. We're all friends, and we all want this place to be fantastic. Like, it doesn't have to be a battle. Unless it should be, in which case, let me know why, because I'm not sure what's going on. Thank you.
thank you. All right, we got any other public comment? Anyone online? Doesn't look to be. All right, we got a motion and a second. Any final board comment? I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-1. Item 16, I don't think we have any appointments or reappointments to boards and commissions. No. Item 17 is additional public comment, similar to number 5. So if there's something on the agenda that you haven't commented on, I'm sorry, if there's something not on the agenda that you want to comment on, please come up, state your name, and whether or not you're a township resident. All right, anyone online? No? Item 18, at least we're up before 12:30, I guess. The meeting is adjourned. Have a good morning.